Oh my god. We're continuing the idle. This game's sound get reset. Alright, when we left off, this is the penultimate chapter, and we were about done with it. I just have to do the meta part. The problem is it's been like almost 24 hours. Well, last probably 18 or so, but yeah. This is gonna take a bit. Parental consent obtained. Who's what subject? What happened? How long? I knew coming back right after, because these are best done when it's like fresh in your mind. Fuck, man. Alright, let's just get started, huh? I assume this was, well, no. I assume this was given memories. Well, we know this is give, and this is take. Let's go check complex. I like how the song transfers into this more ominous sound. You get like the time period kind of sound, and then it kind of goes ominous and like more unique. So she has this too. So this was give. I have to imagine it's memories on both of these. Same span of time. One day. Probably 3 days. Imagine this one's a month because it's just larger, but. November 20th, and the picnic happened Saturday. Oh yeah, somebody mentioned it yesterday, and I was thinking about it in the car before I read that. The twist in this, I got it. It was pretty much as soon as I left the house in the car. This guy in here was talking about patience because that's the name of his son, or his kid. And this isn't blooded spaghetti. That makes a lot more sense. Because the threat thing didn't make sense otherwise, you know, kind of. Well, considering there's 4 of these and they're all very similar, I gotta imagine these are the times, so this must be memories. Assume the small ones. Actually, it's a full circle. Maybe not. 21st. Monday the 20th is when it happens. And the picnic is Saturday. Oh, 19th, 18th. Is it 3 days worth of memories or 3 days ago? And the picnic didn't last long. And we're going for how long ago it was. Let's go with 3 days here. Alright. Oh, there's supposed to be 3 people. Alright, I'm super distracted by whatever the fuck going on. Subject 37's memory. Useless input. Parental consent. With that one chick? Parent must have forgot where the booze was. And the kid got the memories. We should be able to figure out who they are based on this generally. As for the transfers, I guess it's all memory transfers. What is this guy's? Who transferred to him? He was given an amount. What's up, weeb? Take it. Oh, it's been cute. A lot of variety for sure. I'm curious how it's gonna build into the finale and shit. I mean, obviously the first chapter is kind of after this. So. The dance one was cute. Some of these were like really name heavy. Some of them had some twists. Not always super clever, but still fun. Just solid, just fine. We're bringing it together now. Yeah, I like the dance one where they kind of they mix it up a little bit more. Try some new shit there. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind figuring out names and stuff, and it does matter a lot more now that we're combining shit, but it does feel like, you know, some of these, it's like, not I would say superfluous info, but yeah, maybe leans a little hard on that kind of thing. Still like it for sure, but you know, there's a potential there. Probably could get a little juicier. I think it transferred from probably from this. Yeah, for sure. I could see that. I mean, at the end of the day, if they were just kind of their own little thing and they're just really clever and interesting, I think that's fine. And I think for the most part they are. But yeah, in a perfect world, you know, they seem extremely important, but also unique and interesting. I don't know, I think it's a fine compromise here. I mean, they do have a point, right? Where they're showing, because of the meta stuff, like they'll seem maybe more fillery at the moment, but in the meta part, like, and now we're tying it all together and messing with it. More murder. I get that, but I mean, every case has a lot of like crazy shit going on. I mean, maybe people want it to be even more dramatic or demented or something. I mean, I'm not done yet, but who knows? A lot of it's, I mean, like with any suspense mystery thing, it's where it ends up when it comes to the overarching story, so we'll see what happens there. But no, I mean, I've enjoyed it for sure. There's definitely a focus to the story in the first one. But I mean, every one of these chapters has a point. Like, this seems the most fillery, but when you put it together, I mean, you get what it's about almost immediately. It's about transferring memories. Maybe the twist that it's like some ancient memories on these devices is like the important thing, but you know, essentially 4 cases to get something across that you probably could do in like 1 or 2. But I mean, they're just probably having fun with the different peoples and locations and shit. It's all telling a story. And like I said, there's some good clever stuff. Like, I like when there's bait and there's cleverness and you get aha moments. When you're just kind of like like rolling off names and like the bird one. The bird one's not super interesting to like do gameplay wise. It's a neat setting, but you're essentially just filling in information slowly. Actually deducing stuff and like drawing conclusions is more interesting. And there's a few steps of that for sure, but stuff like figuring out that the lady killed the guy in the rock, or you know, spaghetti and all that, you know, those are a bit more clever. I like when it kind of big reveals, or you know, realizing what's actually going on in the story has been hiding right in front of you. Technically the first game is really good about that, right? Like, if you're savvy with this kind of thing, you figure out that he turned himself young pretty early. But like, if you're not, It takes a while to figure that out, but it's always there. If you start to like read into like what happened, and what like kind of makes sense and like kind of context clues, like you can kind of figure out stuff going on in that story ahead of time. This might have stuff like that, and I think the structure of each chapter is that, right? It's taking that idea but putting it in like a more, you know, gamey like chapter based thing, and maybe there's something you can clue into through all the chapters, but because we're not going in a linear way, we'll see. But yeah, so I mean, I think maybe that's where people are talking to. It's like there's like a focus in the first game in a way. I do think the first game though, I think the end has grown on me over the years. I know at the time I thought jumping into some kind of like political, like he takes over the country kind of thing felt like kind of a little less interesting after the super like cult mystery murder kind of stuff. But the idea of like, you know, somebody being able to use this and it getting out of control and rise and fall and all that, and I mean you get the rise and the fall almost instantaneously, but you know, I think that's grown on me a little bit. I remember at the time thinking that was a little kind of just not out of the blue or kind of weak, but like a little whatever. A great song at the end. And then, you know, instead of anything particularly super duper revealing or clever, it's more just filling in information in the DLC after. And it's like, I like that still. I think it's good still. But there's always that potential for it to be like, well, why just have it be a puzzle when it could be a puzzle that reveals something special or is very clever, you know? It works out because there's not many games like this, so the novelty alone is always really cool. And I do think it's well made. But there's an extra, yeah, dose. I bet people, that extra level some people might like, but I don't think it hurts maybe the objective quality, but yeah. Why these are cool. There's always a potential for more neat shit, and that's kind of why I didn't want like more and more DLC for the first one, because I want to get to that combination of story with like a big mystery where you could like see little pieces and deduction behind deduction levels and stuff like that. So. Did you play Obra Dinn, Weeb? I feel like you probably did. That's always the one people talk about when they're talking about this game. Yeah, that's another good one like that for sure. Chance of Sonora was like kind of a lighter version of all that. It's more about figuring out what words mean through context and deduction and stuff. Yesterday. There's probably more than I can remember right now like that. It's definitely gotten a lot more popular. I think this was your big follow-up to Obra Dinn in this kind of like style. And obviously there's just like detective logic type of stuff. Or on like a personal level where you can play like a mystery and still play with that, but having it be part of the gameplay is a little different. But yeah. Oh, you might give Chants of Sonara a shot. You've not played this kind of thing. Or if you like this kind of thing, I mean. Not quite this. It's pretty similar. You're walking around though and doing stuff, and maybe not as like pure focus because you are traveling around doing a little bit of adventure game shit, but it's kind of in that ballpark. I've heard one called what is it called? This one's more of like an alien language one, which is kind of like Chants of Sonara. Yeah, the language thing. Like, I mean, obviously you're still gonna play with the events, but it's not as like focused as this. And I think one I haven't played it yet called Heaven's Vault. It's supposed to be good about that too. Could be wrong. That's a language one. People recommend it when talking about like chants and this and stuff, but I don't know how good it actually is. It's Heaven's Vault. I can't vouch for it. Some folks here who actually like all these quite a bit recommended it. I haven't played it yet, but probably play Chants of Sonara first. And if you got Game Pass wherever you're at, it's on Game Pass. If I remember right, Chants of Sonara. Not looking to spend any money. Or much money. I guess I got free trials too if people want. Alright, so what does this guy have? His memory's taken. If anything, I would say the most outstanding part of this game has been the music. I mean, I'm big on the music in general, but I'm guessing his stuff was given from a box. His shit was put on a box. I don't think anybody gained that. And they said it was useless. I'm gonna assume this. And that. It's like an ancient relic. Subject 37's memory. Useless information. Maybe they're stupid and they think certain things are useless that aren't. Well, he's brand new to the job, isn't he? One minute. Was it 3 days ago or 1 minute ago? I gotta imagine it's maybe some of these dates. Or it goes back that far. No, it said useless, so I guess they thought it was useless. This is subject 37. Donut buttons a minute. Love how stupid Eugene is. He just needs a name, that's all he cares about. Names are everything, bub. He is a manlet. It didn't take as long as I expected, considering the I took a break. Hunter. Oh, this is the finale. I wonder if I can have like an epilogue still, like the last game. You'd expect this to be pretty juicy, considering we're just still kind of like building up to something. Like obviously the murder stuff has already kind of sort of been part of the build up. Like people have been eyeballs have been finally dead. This will be. You'd hope each of these is going to be pretty major. There's a lot of them, at least 4. Idle rules. What I'm worried about is that this will like have like a story sort of done, but like the DLC is gonna go into like much more like beyond it possible. I hope that the DLCs is not like continuing the forward story. I'd rather those be like the filler fun chapters. We'll see. Because I mean it's gonna be what, like a year before they're all done, so. The ass is expanding. Tablets. Okay, they're gonna use this publicly now is what's been going on. Or they turn it into juice. Mr. Marmot. How fucking ugly everybody is. Awesome. The tat. One of these has got Something other than piss. This guy is like slowly getting more and more of an asshole. I don't know if he's gonna be the surprise guy who's like gonna start doing crazy shit. I mean, considering we see him at the police thing, but I don't know. Or if he's bait. I mean, technically with the memory thing, you could take memories from everybody who's like smart and all this other stuff and like put it in yourself. The Eugene disrespect. Look, dude. I could see Eugene making it to the end being Mr. Kafka, but like Eugene's gonna get turned into a puddle of mush or some shit. He's too based. There he is, dude. Let's go. Some genius. It boosts intellect and it's full of disaccharide. You tried it, Jack. And Jack just shit on him. Why do we need their memories in particular? Jesus. Not just names, but extra names. We got two things of names here. Let's knock them down. Okay. Gonna be to like try to like fix the smoking. Their hairstyles are so fucking similar. They can like create someone. Yeah. Maybe there's more to it. I mean, obviously the eye color, but I mean, half of them are blue eyes and half of them are red eyes. Lipstick ain't gonna matter. Moles, I got. She's got a mole. But then half of these have moles. And she might be hiding hers. Mole with red eyes. Short hair. Did they say her name? Yeah, we know Sasha's name has been mentioned. Yeah. Super names. Oh. Tablets labeled Genius. Red lipstick, some pines, a bar of chocolate. Pretty hot model. The red lipstick. Her bag. Well, there's the chick and the other thing too. Am I just putting their name here? Guess so. That the back of this would be like a chocolate. It's not an L. And it's too thin. Garbage like that will destroy your health. I mean, it's possible if you can take memories, maybe you can take like drug addictions and like swap them around or something in some weird way. I mean, there's probably more of a body reaction to that than just, I don't know. I'm not sure how addictions work on that front, but maybe they're getting into that idea, which would be interesting. Alice Simpson. Italy. Who's who? Yeah. Peace. Euphoria. Oh, there's a lot of drugs going on. Is this guy? What is the difference? What the fuck exactly is a paramedic? Okay. More for emergencies. I mean, I would imagine the more like boom professional one be the paramedic. Like, I would say professional, but like the reference book for the fly. Oh, these things happen in Seastone Club. Cannot imagine. Oh, what's with this? Who's who? My biggest fan. Oh, 2L, my biggest fan. I just somehow missed the L part. Yeah, well, that's all you need. So, yeah. What's your last name? Herber. It says memories, so it's take memories. I still don't know what this middle one is. Like I should know. We should probably work on the names first, but I think it's gonna be all those notes. Who is this asshole again? His last name? His name is Darius. Are they all like addicts? Like booze. I don't know why they don't like the piss. A bar of something. I'd have to go in and out of that room. Cigarette. Well, we can figure out whose bag is who. It's figuring out who is who. Four of these. He doesn't use like any. Yeah. Oh, it's her. I guess one of the bags was her then. You gotta assume this one since it looked more professional. Lux catalog. Oh, this could be her. Oh, it's a Eugene actually. I mean, he talks about it enough. My boy drugging up. I don't know how he could get any smarter, but he doing it. All right. Like how you can't see their ears. You can tell this person is this here, so she must be this person, not this person. The lipstick, so green would be. Do they line up at least? Oh, no, they don't. Of course not. Different drug addictions here. So she's a cigarette and drug addict. That's true. Who's the one in the ICU right now? Or whatever. It's this chick. She's the chick. She's got the pearl earrings. She's not fucked. He's got the bracelets. This chick. The one who's in the emergency is the middle one. The red lipstick. It's possible these bags are not for who you think they will be. This could be actually the other chicks, and this is the lady. This could be funny. Yes, blue look. Assumption, I guess. But we don't know who's fucking even who still. The fucking people's name. Two O-range 6-packs, a camera, so you can create the scene later. Very well. Recreate the scene. Got the juice. Everybody likes the orange juice. Not the piss juice. I guess this is where we figure it out. Smoker. And their height. Wish I could pin stuff like that. Because I want to like see the smoker and then like compare them here. But alright, well, only one of them isn't a smoker. Waiting tape. How did one of them say they're professionals? Is that why they needed them? Or do they just consider themselves professionals and they're not really? Take these tablets from them? Beyond drug. The hyper, find the name. Puzzle here. And the name of the extreme. based on their drug addictions. But they're also getting their memory swapped, so... There's probably just a starting point here. More waiting tables. Didn't even say the name of the person. Maybe how they're acting. As the smiley faces. You just imagine this would be the other lady. Professional actress or not, but I mean, she said she doesn't do drugs, but then again, it could be the memory shit. It's hard. How gross everybody always is. Alright, well, Jesus, where the fuck do you want to start on this one, man? You can figure these out once you just get, like, the names. If you get, like, one name, you probably get going. Then it's the red-haired girl, or not the red lipstick girl who's in the deal right now. So she's supposed to not be a drug user. It would have to be her then. Does that mean this bag is hers? That just feels... I mean, that could be about the twist, but... But it could be a memory thing. idea that these are full of drugs? You put some of these in there? Euphoria to the orange. No, I think it was this ship. What does orange normally look like? And these are orange. These are orange. Somebody drank two of the other ones. Must have been Westlake then. It wasn't Euphoria, because I don't think she does drugs. Sunny. Because it made it like brighter because it's white, I guess. Make them energetic. They all did drugs. Who added what? I mean, Marmot's just eating his own brand. Burning eye. Are you allergic to reaction to amphetamine? Oh, her breathing is 5 per minute, right? It must have been Euphoria. How the hell did she have drugs then? Maybe she just partakes. They're all having fun. Oh, I gotta assume it's Sandra. It would make for a more interesting story, I guess. He's like drugging her own peep just to make it more juicy. be Sandra, though. What, to take their happy memories? All for medic. I mean, Jack aimed the idol. The models to take their happy memories. Energetic memories. When you just want like happiness. Who put the drugs there? I've never seen Mary Westlake have drugs before. And that would explain why some of the drinks are like lighter colored, because it's white. But then again, they're all pretty happy. So it's like, maybe it was the darker colored stuff. I don't know. I mean, you think if it was orange range, it would be orange, not yellowish. So maybe only one person had some of them. I mean, if this ends up being wrong, I could just swap it. Yeah. That sounds like it couldn't go wrong. I mean, unless the idea is that the negatives are only from the body, not the mind somehow. You're only taking the good shit, but I don't know. I mean, it's either... Just don't want any weird shit. It could have been her. Is Eugene's bullshitting? His name's King. The idiot. Who's she talking about, man? I mean, the smartest man in the room's right here, and then that's Novak. I mean, maybe they already left. I don't know her name, so we can't even really finish this. Maybe we could do energetic memories. Like, she has tablets, and then I've never seen her with drugs. There's 2 of these missing. And they're like brighter, so you think they'd had stuff mixed in them? I can't tell what she's drinking. Seems more like they're just like happy. And she's got the amphetamine problem, right? I mean, it would have to be euphoria. She's got the 5 breaths per minute. But there's so many other drugs. But she doesn't do drugs, so it's really only could be one thing. They just took memories, they didn't swap them. I mean, it would have to be Sandra who did it. I don't know why Westlake has those drugs. Who knows? Maybe she just does drugs. Maybe not, though. We'll see. The names here is the hard part. I mean, you have like 2 options with this, whatever. Maybe with the names. Her overdose. Red lipstick. I'm gonna assume Red Lipstick's bag is this one because she said she's like a professional. Am I really supposed to figure them out based on this? I guess so. Kind of fucked, man. He likes beauty marks. You'd have to assume the chick without the beauty mark would have been the one that got invited in special, but that wouldn't add up because she's got a beauty mark on the left. I mean, I guess they could all have them. He's got a fat nose, blue eyes, I guess longish hair. The haircuts are like not right on any of these, I guess, but I guess the idea is they change them. I mean, I guess it's close. Blue eyes, round nose. I mean, as long as you eliminate enough options. Blue eyes, not really the same nose. No beauty mark that I can see here. But he likes beauty. But I mean, hers could be like obscured too. I mean, there's only one blue-eyed person. This nose isn't right. Nose could be right. Not right. Could be right. They have to have long hair. I mean, this is curly, so I don't think it works. I mean, would he pick somebody who's not beauty mark? I mean, I guess maybe he just is like mixing it up, dude. The hair ain't right, but honestly, all their hair ends up just being the same. Except hers. Red eyes, beauty mark. With a wide bulbous nose. But she has a huge chin. I feel like Eve Robertson's this one. And the hair is just different. This is probably Amy Wood. I just went off of just eyeballing it. I don't know. This beauty mark's like right above their lip, which isn't right. This one's up on the cheek. I'm just gonna freeball it. Let's say Amy Wood. The hair's about right. Wait, this one has long hair, never mind. Big chin. I don't see the beauty mark. No beauty mark, but long hair. I mean, I guess it's not that long, but... I don't see her covering it up. Not that. If this is supposed to help us. Thing is, I don't see any beauty mark on here. Meaning mole or whatever. And the red haired ones without beauty mark is pretty much just this one. But her hair goes down to her middle of her back. The amount of red haired ones that have hair that go to the middle of their back is essentially just Sasha Hill. Does she have one? And I can't see it. Weird. Like Sasha Hill's like the only one with the facial structure that maybe would work. These don't really all line up perfectly anyways, even down to the art style, it's a little different. Kelly Green here. Is she wearing a piece? She's got a mark on her neck. I mean, unless she like tries to make them disappear. My thing is, if he has a thing for beauty mark, then why does he even? I can see like blondes with beauty mark. Well, these don't even have them. You think he wouldn't even pick them? I mean, I guess you could say, no, her eyes aren't right. So this chick's hair just don't work, man. And it's weird because I feel like there's only one chick with brown hair that has the, or brown eyes that has the long enough hair. And that would just be Sasha Hill. None of the others even work. But I don't see a beauty mark. I mean, yeah, you could straighten this hair out, but then it's just blue-eyed. Already got our blue eye. Weird, man. Like I said, unless they're wearing like a fucking piece, but... Spooker. That sharp nose. This one, I guess, has the sharp nose too, kinda. Noses are so fucked. She doesn't have the beauty mark. Oh, she looks the closest. Big old chin. I don't know. Sasha Hill doesn't make sense. Because I don't see the beauty mark, but the hair is the only one literally that matches. Unless there is like a twist to her hair. I'm blind and my TV doesn't pick up. The booty mark. Weird. Yeah, the thing on a lot of these is you generally understand the events really quickly, and then you solve the rest of it. Or maybe some of these, the opposite would be better. But sometimes it'll be that way and they'll have like a twist in there still. The meta stuff helps, where there's like another layer to it. I don't think this is right, but we're gonna do it. Who's who again? Sasha Hill. Jennifer Gibson. Amy Wood. Probably not. Yeah, it's this weird face shit, man. I mean, this is the most likely to be wrong, but like with who? What? The only one that doesn't have the beauty thing is this one. I don't know if this is supposed to be bundled up hair, maybe? And then she like lets it down? Maybe that's what they're going for? I guess that could make sense. It's not really a bun. She looks like she's just got like a... I guess it's supposed to be a bun. I don't know, it's a weird bun. Isn't it usually like tied up somewhere? That's fine. I try to throw a little trick on it, but a little wonky. Thing is, when the characters are so like purposely ugly, you could just imagine some of the hairstyles being kind of fucked and not looking normal. So it's like you don't assume it's a bun. Oh, the heights, yeah, those were over there. I was wondering how that might help. I mean, I guess one's shorter than the other, and if you can figure out one, you could get them from there. And the smoke. Standing next to each other. Jennifer Gibson is 5'10", and it have to be someone lower. I do wish you could pin these. This is probably the one where being able to just pin something would be the most useful. Going from that to this, and then like comparing them back and forth, it's like, okay. Probably the only one where I was like, the UI is a little bit more annoying than I'd like. You're comparing a lot of info, and then I mean whether they're a smoker or not too. I mean, we gotta do that with the list as well. Yeah, you can figure it all out from the faces. You just have to assume that hairstyle is like an actual bun. And she lets it down here. I mean, if you just trust the beauty marks, I guess that's enough. But for a guy who likes beauty marks, he only picked one. With a beauty mark. Interesting. Alright. Here's where we find out who was doing putting the drugs in. I mean, I'd rather have more certainty, but I'm like, Euphoria. The chick had low breathing. I mean, Eugene said no weird stuff, so maybe she was in on it and she spiked it, and this is just happiness. The irony that the guy is talking to her about drugs when she's the one who did it. Stuff like that. I think there's a good reason. The only thing that Mary has is that, I mean, maybe these orange ones are normally this color and these are darker now because the other chick added a darker substance to that's what they've been drinking. I don't know why she has drugs. Maybe she just has them for herself. There's not much that you think Mary Westlake would, like, she would do it. Except that she works for the lab, but she's always cared about safety. And I don't know if Eugene could get to her that easily, considering she still hates them. I don't think she'd be okay with just like drugging him that quick. But I mean, what's the whole point of this thing if they're not gonna do immoral shit? Like, they've been doing immoral shit pretty nonstop. So. I don't know. There's a case for most of them here. There's probably like a hard bit of evidence. But... Alright. Amy Wood. Overdose. It might be that she added it. But did she like know it was somewhere? I'm considering it's 2 or fewer. I mean, one of these statements has to be right. Sandra Hopper. We could do the bag for fun real quick. I want to say this is Sandra Harper's bag. She's supposed to be professional, no drugs. Red lipstick. Gibson's. Okay. Maybe it has something to do with. It'd be weird if like Sandra Harper had the drug. But like in her bag, but Mary Westlake added them. Cause I mean this is Euphoria that she's got in her bag. Or maybe she added some too? is happiness if it's euphoria. And since this is happy, euphoria is the happy one. These should be right. This is just like who? Maybe it's something stupid. The orange. Your name's wrong. Oh. Allergy. Could be an overdose. Oh no, it's allergic reaction. I just saw they're allergic. You just assume overdose. Yeah, like in this one's like you know what they're doing well before you're done solving everything. What in the fuck is this? This fucking Eugene? I gotta love the CEO being a total idiot hiring him on here. Yeah, very subtle. They don't look high. If it's cool, it's not full. If it's hot, it's not. There's juice in the tank, they're just saying it's... Act upon, keep matter button. Matter button. Oh god. Yeah, weird for the idle chapter, or the final chapter just be idle rules. There's like more. What? Events. What is Eugene up to, man? Not the live broadcast. Every home in Hesperia. Whoa. and it's Spender. What is his husband? His wife's here. What is she? Is Spender fucking this chick? And this is his wife. Should I be writing these down? Yes. He needs new material. Inbound phone link faulty. Love Eugene looking like he's about to fight like the final boss of a JRPG. I think on God and it ancient AI. A little less epic here. What? How did I get here? The love mode. Elephants never forget. Annette and the kid. Annette Spender. I have to imagine he's fucking her because she has the same deal and that chick was calling her a whore. The motel check-in. Olympus Pinnacle International Group. What was his first name? Spenders? Now that's some good gossip. How's I fucking outside the zone of influence? They're fucking it up, man. Or somebody's pulling some shit, man. He doesn't have the audio kit up, man. Jasmine. Yeah. I think what's happening is anybody who sees it at all is getting affected. And then of course this guy's like, I don't care about your drama, because the memories are being swapped around where I guess they can all see that she was fucking him. And this guy's like, hell yeah, dude, we can mind fuck everyone on TV. TV's fucking rotting your brain, bros. Literally. This is a special lens. Look how pissed he is. You gotta wonder if he's pulling some shenanigans ever, or if he just kind of takes it the whole game. At least the names are pretty much people we've all seen. Alright, the amount of time lens. Is that one actually the one he says it is? One day is in there right now. And he did it. Whore. And Eugene, dude. You dirty dog, Tim. It just got taken from him and then given to everyone. Was it supposed to be that Tim was supposed to have his memories taken for like a minute? And then they did a day and then didn't expect it to get shot to everyone? And it doesn't look like the, where's the intern? No audio. Kristen and Dreyfus. Well, a rare one where the names are almost instant. Elephants never forget. I also feel like having somebody's actual last day and all those feelings combined would probably blow you up. It's not like it's just like a very like, you know, particular vibe. Like what if you had like excruciating pain to go with all this, right? You know? Eugene. Was it supposed to be a certain thing before this? I mean, wasn't it given to a bunch of people? Him and him. Possibly everybody on the fucking TV. I mean, it feels like it would be Eugene. Predict. I mean, it feels like it was Eugene, but clearly it was more than that. I mean, it was a demonstration and a broadcast. Am I supposed to put demonstration instead? I mean, it's a broadcast as much as a demonstration, but okay. That's kind of that's probably one of the shittier ones out of the whole game we've seen so far. It's just kind of implied if you said a broadcast. If anything has more meaning, I guess the demonstration is. Okay. There's a little bit more going on there though. I don't know if it's a PIC headquarters. It would be the Haven Foundation, wouldn't it? Or is this a different lab? It's called. New Wells Lab. I saw that. I was like, otherwise it seemed right. Music, dynamic music. Jasmine. love that, man. Inner corporate, tax, politics, nepotism, all the fun. Yeah, I mean, why would they need a broadcast, I guess, if it was at the headquarters, unless that was for safety, or they're that lazy and won't go down the stairs, which, I mean, I could see that, but that's why it's like, I mean, it wasn't outside the realm. Yeah, this one's been pretty auto. I guess it's more about just revealing what the idol can do. Live broadcast. Alright. Tim Spinner, Jasmine Patel, the Love Motel. Oh, the company's headquarters in. Is it? Where is it? The only things you're getting wrong is the places. I didn't think it'd even be like a, so there's something specific to figure out here. Hesperia. Oh. Maybe like New Haven or New Wells. Is it? I mean, that's where they're at right now. Where the fuck is it? Bay Haven to New Well. Bay Haven. So that's where he normally would be. So that's the idea. I'm just so used to putting in OPIC headquarters and like Haven Foundation that I didn't really think to change those in any way. Just a quick little research thing though. So Eugene purposefully grabbed more just to fuck with him. Jesus, man. Eugene's such a good guy. He doesn't realize, though, that everybody has that info right now. Bad news ahead. Rejected, rejected, rejected. Time for the CEO to only allow certain things. Alright. Empathy for all. Whoa. For 1 minute, I meditate on the feeling of pure empathy. Earth would be a parrot. You think that's Eugene, or do you think that's what's her face, man? Could be either, but more likely her. Max employee loyalty. Yeah, I would expect Tessa just because of the look of the thing, but HR spends 1 month increasing in OPEX employees' obedience and skill levels, and a live stream broadcast we transfers maybe. We optimize workers at minimal cost. Reject. Who the hell would do this, man? Westlake, because she's always can never get Eugene to fucking settle down, maybe. Where the fuck is where the fuck did our guy go, man? Who's in the loony bin? He's not been here at all. How the game starts though with him. We will find out what happened to him on the sly. This one on the far right is probably our guy, Jack. Wanting to focus in on intelligence and make everybody smart. What is our guy here? Some money? Yeah, helping humanity. Time for Jack to go sicko mode, man. Holy. No. There's a lot going on in this chapter. Has Jack been going absolute fucking psycho mode or something? The numbers. Sticky tape. Echo Secunda. I mean, he's the only one who knows the most about everything. Like somebody's whole life. Max lens. Extra 4 days worth. It goes against my better judgment, though. What is he gonna try creating his own? Oh, sure. Oh, Descent. Be sick if Jack and Oriel are out there fucking lamb jamming some shit. Let's see Echo Secunda's memories. Like ancient memories. Okay, Noak's not the one who got the memories. Protect Lemuria from itself. Beam of light connects me to some strange device. Is this Oriel? Is this why he ends up fucking like fucked? The Sentinel. Was this in? I don't remember. Was this in the DLC? Or is this something else? I mean, there's obviously some big dude here, but. The Warrior Psych. What is this? Blood. Hard. Who is this? Oh, security. No names this time? Whoa. Whoa. Maybe we're getting to him. Whoa. Yeah, one time without the names. It's like we know who's here, and then this guy's got his name tag. Yeah, there's a lot of names every time. Military aircraft from the Golden Arrow. Jesus. Lemuria, how the hell did they ever lose anything, man? Got aliens. Oh, dude, he taped them all together. Holy. Oh, this is based, man. I bet they do still work. Oh. Oh. Public service announcements. This particular narrative features fictional sinner Ock, who's used to warn against some of the gravest of crimes. How is it to be deciphered? What are we missing here? This is just a one panel one. Jesus. One more spot. I imagine it was like Oriella went off and did some shit. Some crazy ancient tech, man. How is this story over in like 1 or 2 cases? I hope it's not all like DLC. We'll find out, huh? Oof, there's a lot of implications here, man. Did this multiply? Jack. You're a smart man, but you'd imagine from the disc. Give them, it has to be Oriole. He's not here right now, and she's referring to someone else who isn't here. That wouldn't do that. I'm glad these are like in 2 parts at least, because otherwise it'd be a nightmare. Like, not fuck up anything. Because usually it's pretty good, but sometimes, like in the last one, there's interchangeable stuff. But not usually too bad. Oh, wanted more, and since it said man on one of them, and that man referred to, he said no X name, then that would have to be Oriole. And this is just a security guard. So our guy essentially just turned into like an ancient peacekeeper who knows all sorts of tech, and he's fucking rolling around kicking ass now. I mean, they had him in the loony bin, but he's out. Is that related to the murders? Got a fucking spear at him. Cool Tinza. Tinza's always been very fitting. We might have to figure out this shit. Let's say it's the Vaporon. But it didn't dematerialize anything. Stealth shield. Oh, maybe this wasn't. What happened? That's how much he just got because of multiplication. Jesus. Yeah, because she just said he would never do that because it isn't him anymore. Well, now we know what happened with Doriel, of course. I guess because he just is a lover of the history, he wants to know everything. And he got more than he bargained for. It fits the characters and shit, too. Which is nice to see, like, a internal logic to even character motivations. Because, I mean, you kind of need it to be. Otherwise, things just don't make sense. But I feel like because you have to, because of the gameplay, it's satisfying in a story way, too. Because then people don't act in some stupid, contrived way. Lemurian, yeah. He's turned into ancient Lemurian guy. So he used this to cloak himself. A neat idea though. I was hoping they'd go for this when they got into the memories and then the ancient, like, memories being put somewhere. Like it would bring some kind of ancient person and open up a Pandora's box of like much more crazy shit than they could expect. Instead of like maybe just like one guy doing some evil shit like in the first one. I mean, that's still interesting too. Because I mean, it'd be interesting, you know, how some modern corporation or something would use it. I think that's a more interesting way to dip into the mysteries of the idol and its origins. It's just like somebody who knows much more about it all. Yeah, because if he could conceal himself, why would he throw the spear? Hey, buddy, thank you. Appreciate you chatting with me during this. This isn't right. Am I supposed to change it to Echo Secunda or something? That'd be funny. That'd be cool. They did that, but I doubt it. Yeah, I think you're still supposed to put royalty top. It might be like the name of the weapon and shit. This is still full. I mean, these aren't supposed to work. I threw it down, so. Looks like a spear to me. Yeah, because he's, this guy was a... Possible it wasn't Secunda? I feel like this is right, the Veil Forge didn't work. He threw a spear, then fled. Maybe it's someone else? Who's still unlocked? They have the wrong guy? Maybe this would help. Hmm. So Auk is the one doing this right now. Takes memories. Alright, these are like the same. What am I supposed to... like combine them? Like swap them? I mean, we get that it's like the other one becomes the other one or some shit, but... And the face here is the person, I guess? Didn't he say he became an automaton or some shit? Memory giver. Echo Secunda. Is it not? Oh. BC. It's possible he turned into this guy, but yeah, it's more likely it's this. Law enforcement automaton. Might just be the names. Yeah, I guess it could just not be a veil forge. Could have been a Vaporon. Oh, it's a Vaporon. He was gonna kill him. That it failed to work. I figured it was like, okay, he's gonna turn this on, which would make him like cloak and then run away and then come back, but he's just like extremely aggressive, I guess. He was going for a killer, probably. . Fewer Echo Secundas, right then? Fled. Oh, I put Toussaint. Oops. I was like, this seems right. We're not done in there still. I mean, we get what's going on, but not quite done. He's not in the most ripped body or anything, but oh, Hunter Wolf. Is Hunter Wolf actually Oriole Toussaint? Is that that? Animals ate all the plums they wanted. He's not tricking him at all, he's just telling him what's gonna happen. But the beaver fucked it up. Alright. I'm just assume all memories from. Is this the crow? The deer? Hard to tell, honestly. I guess this is a deer. Looks like a person. And this is a crow, so I gotta assume that's the deer. I don't quite know what's going on here. Does this one just already have something? Does he just like empty it out? I'm just gonna do what makes sense, and the pictures are just confusing. I'm just gonna imagine it. He takes all the memories. From the disc. And gives them to Crow. Who's this up here? This is the Crow. Crow becomes deer. That's the idea. Can you like clone it or something? Or you just copy it? I mean, there's the red one and there's the fucking green one. They're using the green one. The red one's like the one from the first game. Or something. These pictures are so fucking like nonsense. Like, this is him taking memories from the deer. Then what is this? I mean, this is him putting them on a disc. When he's like taking them and then putting it in this and there's like nothing? Is that just supposed to show like... You use this, nothing happens. Use this, this thing becomes the deer. Like the red one's just in it and has no effect. Oh, I meant not Crow. It's supposed to be from deer. My bad, that was the problem. All memories from deer and gives them to a disc. Takes all memories from the disc and gives them to... This is supposed to be Crow. Okay. So it was what I thought. I just fucking put the wrong thing. I don't know if the red ones are supposed to show, like, it just doesn't do anything. Only the green one does. And that's supposed to be used in the next bit. Steelside Warehouse. I'd be surprised if this was the last one. Unless it's continued in the DLC, which kind of suck. Feels like a finale. Okay, so I wonder what this Oriole. He's gonna try to body swap more. Hobos. Dwelling. God. Voodoo. The timeline. The dwellings, or who's been here longest. We have the rules, I guess. Luke. Luke was the one who died, right? Summer, autumn. I mean, he went to jail, but he's breaking out, man. Our guy knows how to fuck with all these dudes. Yes. Echo Secunda. Oh, Elijah Sinclair. Oh, we're swap. We are body swap. Yeah. Addiction riddled. This might not be an old school guy, but he might be body swapping people just to use them. Range commands take, local remote give. Take cannot be done remotely. Give can. Thumb and all. Oof. You could turn everybody into freak. Put them on the TV. Okay, is this Jack? It'd have to be. He uses idle this way. He's the one who wants knowledge to improve society. Yeah, I mean, he felt like the kind of guy who's gonna, like, for the good of everyone, he's gonna do the nasty shit, right? No trace of the original. Checklist complete. Did Toussaint just get, like, taken away? I mean, we know he was in prison, so maybe this is just our guy on the side here. It's possible he took his grandpa's. Memories. This one has a lot going on. Thing is, if you can give it out to multiple people, can't you just clone, essentially? You can just only do it once, I guess. These are the rich bastards. Answered as. Some evil rich guy. I see. So they're like swapping memories, or they're just saying shit? This is just a game. What does that do? Sabotage. Quasar 501. Greatest fear. Okay. I highly doubt this is the last one, man. Unless the DLC is where you really put it all to the which I can see that would definitely be my preferred way for this to end, but it would still be good, but I'd want it to be. Yeah, people only play it when it's like done, but. Alright. The dock dwellings. Timeline. The game. Answered as Brock. Tucker. De-stressing retreat. What does all this have to do with what, man? Are these all people that died or got mind wiped or already bad? How did they get mind wiped? Answer is Annabella. Arabella. Oh, is this that lady we saw? The anchor? This is Prescott. Olivia Gerard. Gabriel. They're married, twins. This is Gerard. Gabriel Gerard. have to be Arbella. Wait. No. Hold on. Excuse me. Who did Gabriel? Tucker. Quite sure what's up here. I mean, they look like they're playing a game, but because of the memory shit, it's like, I mean, is there something? Name's Sterling. Oh, she's Olivia Gerard. We'll see how all this actually ties together. Like I said, I mean, this feels like it's like middle of the story or maybe like close to the end. Definitely not like a final case. I mean, the last game had like the final chapter and then like one extra huge one, but since the first chapter, this is like the latest thing. I'd almost have to go back and double check shit. We'll see what they got for us. Mostly you learning shit. Ooh, Prescott. Cordelia's. Fairchild. Well, there's that done, I guess. What's gonna happen is they're gonna come down here and watch this shit. pick their brains or something. The idea they're all rich people. Like his important people or whatever. So you gotta assume it's the dude who owns this. Maybe one of the first people here and he dropped it. Oh no, wait, he's standing here in the back right corner now. It would just be him. Maybe he's already wiped. Maybe they're about to be my wipe. The idea. About to get swapped. And the original bodies maybe are getting left behind. Is what the corpses are. But then what? Alright. Best to worst dwellings. The warehouse is the best. This isn't the worst. It's the warehouse. This place might not count as they move to the warehouse. Which is not on the dock, technically. This is Luke. I've seen his body dead as fuck though. Gotta need to order these people are here too. Take a bit. Be specific. This is the nicest place. Marvin died. Dirty William, him were the only ones. The oldest used to be Scrawny Marvin. I guess. That's this guy. Dirty William would be after him. Luke. Well, this is the guy who's like super worried all the time. I'm pretty low tier. The residents. We need their names. Tonight's events would be them. Oh, there's two people in here. No wonder. That's why I was confused for a sec, and then I swapped them. Hunter Wolf, I guess. Who's the most veteran guy? Harry's very experienced. That's why Harry here. Who's this? The bandit's gone. Luke used to be here. Oh wait, this guy used to be here. Who's there now? And Luke doesn't stay there anymore. Oh, Phil. Phil is there. This Dirty William. He's really suspicious. And he acted that way. Wait. He's experienced. Ronnie Marvin, then Harry, then Dirty William. Because he's one under Harry. I guess Hunter Wolf doesn't count. Because right now it's like Luke. Who's already been there. And the newest one's Phil. And the guy we're looking at right now. Is whoever this is. Elijah. Oh, Ryan. Elijah. Isn't Dirty William not the actual name? Is that what's going on? No, wait, we're reading Dirty's shit right now. Who some of these people are they're talking about? The homeless people. Elijah, who's a riot? There's 6 people here, but there's 7 total. Maybe this is one of their last names? But I mean, in counting him, it's like, what the fuck? Oh, Hunter is not on here. The order they joined. Luke. Ryan and Elijah. Do you need... I mean, currently our used to is different. The transmitter. Elijah Sinclair. Elijah doesn't live at the dock, I guess. Is the idea. Technically, if Hunter Wolf doesn't live on the docks, then this guy doesn't. Look at Luke. Man's not breathing, but his body's still warm. Is this the bandit they were talking about? Who is this person? Who is? Where the fuck is he at? Dude ain't even on the list. It has a bunch of buttons on his shit. Got keys, he's got a ring of keys, ring of keys. Guy's got nothing. There's a lock on this. I assume there's a lock on that, I'm not sure. Was this Harry? Or Elliot? No, here's stuff. Elijah's a problem. Ryan Scott. Face of the original. Harry Stone must be consensual. Luke Brown. Funny Phil. Does he not have a last name? Ryan Sky. Elijah's just here. Maybe this was Elijah then. Sure. So I guess he's taken Elijah's body. Or his brains. He said this new body is like drug addicted. But much stronger. Those drugs here, man. Funny Phil. Who's who? I mean, Luke's not been here that long. This is him. No. This is Luke. I'm pretty certain. Is this Luke? He looks more like a Luke. No, he's saying it like this is Luke. Where's Luke in this guy's body now? Look at the gun. Is that what's going on? That would make more sense. Okay, so this is probably, technically this is Luke. Whoever this is. But this is he's in this guy's body now, and that's how they got rid of Elijah, I guess. That would probably. Okay. He has all these keys. Oh, he has all these keys. Used to be Marvin's place. Maybe it just doesn't matter where he is. Yeah, there's one dwelling not on here. Where is there? No, that's 4. That's the worst. I mean, it'll be Harry. Fucking these. Yeah. So it'd be Harry Stone would have the best right now, assuming he's still alive. Funny Phil would have the worst. Orion Sky. Oh, Dirty William would have the next best, which is, I guess, this one. Are some of these people just missing? Maybe Luke Brown doesn't live down here anymore, is what's going on. No, maybe that's not it at all. Like I said, he's taken the next person's shit. I mean, Harry Stone's gone. Where does Harry Stone become? Maybe it's Harry became? At the time of tonight's event. Is addicted to cigarettes? Is this Elliot's guy? I mean, if you were taking somebody else's memories and putting it in his body, why would he put this? I guess he said his addiction riddle that nobody here is addicted to anything other than booze. This guy's got a lot of buttons and shit. He's sewed a bunch of shit on, so maybe we can start using other stuff to help us here. This guy. Dirty William. Funny Phil's got this, so this would be Orion Sky. 20 Phil, then the next best is Ryan Sky, then it's be Luke Grant. Well, I guess Luke Grant's just not there. Where do they stay? Harry just like missing? No, Harry's missing right now. They said you killed him, but if you did, he gets his room. So Harry probably did become this guy. But he's probably not staying there anymore. So who technically lives there then? They'd all move. Alright. Oh, this one has a lot going on. Harry Stone became this guy. What happened to Luke? I mean, he just got like, he's just not here right now. He got like fucked somewhere. Thought he lived here. I mean, we know what happens to Luke eventually, but. Alright. Hunter Wolf secretly experimented in the Steelside warehouse. In June, when Elijah on Harry, I guess. Hunter Wolf. Because I mean, I think the idea is like Hunter Wolf, which is probably Noak or whatever, is trying to turn unsavories into smart people so that he can better society or something, but since they're hobos, they're not powerful enough. So I imagine he's trying to mind wipe, or give power, knowledge, or something to more important people, or maybe take their personalities and swap them to loyal people here. And there was a guy, Elijah, who came in and he was kind of a problem. But he just swapped his body out. What was his name? Elijah something? Sinclair? I don't remember. Yeah. Probably Elijah Sinclair here again. He like took all of the memories off of him. I'm guessing when you do that, you get the dead red eyes. As a result, Harry Stone got a new body. Became Hunter Wolf's. We're gonna swap some names around. Oh no. I mean, it's technically the person who's in the body, but it's the opposite. Like, he took them all out of Harry Stone and then put them in the better body. That's what it was in my head, but because they'd already swapped bodies, I was like, wait, no, he was this guy before. Yeah, okay, not bad. Your son to take all memories. And then on Elijah Sinclair to give all memories. Is it Luke instead? Where's Harry then? Maybe he just killed Elijah as always. I mean, this guy had the gun, was the thing. I mean, this was Luke, military guy, right? Or is it? No, this is. Are they both Luke? Who's Luke? Who's Luke? I mean, this is Harry Stone. He got wiped. We know that for certain. Did he get Luke's body? Yeah, Luke was supposed to be military, but I mean, this is Elijah. He's got the gun. In June. I feel like it's Sinclair. It's maybe who where's fucking Luke? He's ready. Oh wait, Luke is the assistant. I forgot about that note. There's so much going on here. I forgot about that note. Harry just failed him as well. Luke Brown. That's why Luke's in the. He's not here because his body's in fucking. In the thing. And the boips. The boips. The pipes are calling to me. Alright, that's right. I forgot about this note. There's just so much info. Failed. What did happen to Perry? I guess they just got him laying in here dead. What did they try to get him to do? Auto. The sea breeze. Maybe Harry Stone's still fucking around. That was probably the guy up top. One of these guys, I think this guy became. This is somebody we know. Cordelia. Okay. Sabotaged a synthesizer. avoid revealing a lack of emphasize your skills. Synthesizer memories? Probably memories. I mean, it could be skills too. So he's infiltrated this guy. Okay. I was like, yeah, you take their body, but then what the hell do you do after that? If you still have their memories, but... Okay, so he wiped this guy's mind from afar. He became here as Harry Stone. They said his body was still warm. So I guess he gave him memories and now he's swapping bodies. He never swapped bodies before. And then on to this asshat. Gerard. Using a remote broadcast. TV broadcast. Idle broadcast. Alive. Idle broadcast. Does it even have to be live, technically? It shouldn't be live, actually, right? It'll be recorded. It'll be an idle broadcast. Or maybe they've already moved, is the idea. Hunter Wolf used the idol on Harry Stone to take all memories. And on Gabriel Gerard, this is his name, right? Was on the sea breeze to give using a live broadcast. In the party, Harry Stone. Maybe memories instead of skills. Or musical talent, musical skills. There's a lot of ways you could like interpret this one. Okay, that's the same thing. But I guess it's literally that he could like use it instead of just like memories. That's kind of what I meant. Okay. The trap. the fuck? He decided to, like... So he was trying to, like, turn these people into, like... I only read the left one so far, but... To, like, go out there and do great things, and then this guy just made, like, some fucking... Go about fucking killing bums. Up encourage jousting. Vesper is the largest clothing company baffled investors by voting against his own plans yesterday. So he got dirty with his face in here. Darren Dixon appears before the motion. Built several new factors in the east, ignoring concerns about pollution and wage expectations, but the board made a to put a scrap project original. All failed again. That's nice. Punch for this technology abuse should have fallen down because it's scarily high. Boss is an idiot. I'm monitoring him, Tim, and Nathan. Everything's under my control. I mean, I assume he's talking right behind closed doors, but he's actually fucking right. Did he like remake it or steal it? Whoa. Shit. This is a big one. I don't wonder then, man, if the story's just gonna continue in the DLC instead of... Which honestly I think would suck. I'd rather have this be a complete story and the rest is gravy. Because it's pretty rare you get the game that's like the main story continues in DLC. I'm thinking it sounds like the Prince of Persia reboot, Asura's Wrath. Obviously there's stuff that is episodic. That's kind of different. There's some others, but it usually sucks to do that. There's a reason it's not like ultra common. I mean, there's games that are like live service that continue on, I guess. You know, major expansions and shit. So it's not like completely outside the norm, but yeah. We'll see what happens. Maybe there's gonna be a thing after this where we bring it all together. Like in the first game, it was just like extra info about the past and how they got there. It didn't really need to be answered, but I mean, it was keeping it. Alright, so... all... Drag the pictures into the comic. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oops. Sorry, bud. Disc. Full person. A conscious person. Full, I see. Does it have to be full? Oh, the take command does nothing. That's what that meant back in the other place. Blue means empty. So you just suck one thing up and that's full. And blue just means empty and that's it. Okay. I'm guessing discs never deplete. They never empty. I was just supposed to give you a hint as to who did what. This is just rules, so we need to go back in there and fool around. Pretty sure this was give and this was take. This was heat. Memory. So this is just like a different idol. I mean, obviously, but like, one was life. This one's heat and memories. I actually don't know what the middle one thing is. I'm not 100% sure. Do it this way. The hell, where's the rules at? Maybe it's like matter? Person? Could be. Keep to act upon, keep matter button on. What if you don't have the matter button? Alright, what are these here? I'm dragging one of these different colored pictures, man. Fuck. This is take the pink. This 3, 4. Oh, this is 3, 4. 1, 2. I thought it was the top of these. And then this dude's brain is empty. What is this? Weird. What's with the eyeball, man? My man gonna clone himself to everyone. This one is just process of elimination. It's kind of an odd red one there. Oh shit, he's gonna do it at the fucking stadium. Hundreds of millions more. Okay, the final thing. Okay, there was still one. Or is it just a cutscene? Zero words. Oh shit. How was chapter 4? 4? 4 was alright. I mean, like I said, 4 was cute. Okay, fine. I figured even found a case, but I was 100%. It was cute. I was really worried that it wouldn't lead to anything, and it was just going to continue in the DLC, but clearly something's about to happen. And then maybe it's DLC, but... It was cool. I mean, I liked that they started, you know, you understood the implications of the rules and kind of seeing where he would... I mean, it's Jack, I imagine. Where he's, like, fucking around with... like, with different people and experiment and seeing what he can pull off. Later, nerd. It's them kind of building it up, right? They show that, you know, you can take memories more completely. I mean, they already showed that in chapter 4. That's kind of the whole point of chapter 4, but I don't really know what the point of the beach part was. It was already kind of like obvious what it was, but I guess that they could like create situations and then take it themselves, and then it could be broadcast over TV, and then it's like him I think the ancient artifact chapter was neat, where you get to kind of see the older people overriding Toussaint and shit. I guess that's just the point where he's gone too far, so then he goes to the warehouse and starts experimenting. He doesn't really use that ancient shit. Well, I guess it's all about putting it on the disc. Which he doesn't need to do for this, but maybe he will. But, I don't know, it's cool. I mean, I like that it kind of... They explain kind of like maybe what Jack's, like, thought process is. Assuming it's him, right? Because they talk about him as Icarus and the priorities, and he feels like he's either going to be bait the entire time or the dude, and so now he's kind of got the means, and being able to mess with shit on a big level is kind of neat. We'll see exactly. I mean, I liked it because there's an escalation, I guess, but I was worried that it was gonna kind of leave off. There was a lot of naming, but mainly the beach trip was the worst one. Otherwise, it was just rules, which kind of needed to get hammered out. I would say nothing particularly super duper clever. I wasn't like, oh shit, this is really neat. But because it's trying to get the nitty gritty hammered out so hard, they can't really make them like super clever. I mean, I guess when you first go to the boat, like, you don't think maybe like somebody's mind I mean, you assume somebody's mind wiped because they're playing a game where they're pretending to be somebody, but I mean, it's more obvious that the guy who's fumbling is probably mindfucked, but it's just kind of a question of how. Yeah, it feels kind of irrelevant for a bit. You can tell it has something to do with it because of the broadcast underneath, but I thought maybe they were just going to go watch it later. And the guy sabotaged it because he wanted them to go get entertained somewhere else, maybe. It makes more sense once you've... I like the warehouse chapter in that you kind of have to solve it in a certain way, then it starts like making more sense as to who turned into what and why and how they, you know. So that was kind of cool. It's kind of more of like a, not like a big aha like type of one, but it's like a slow kind of revelation type of deal. So I mean, it's a solid chapter, other than the beach one probably being not the most interesting, but it's still fun. I mean, each of the chapters has served a purpose, even if it's not always like huge. I think the ones that it's not as huge maybe could have a bit more like of a clever somethingness to them, and maybe less name stuff. But honestly, I still think they're good. I've been enjoying it. I'm curious what's all going on here. So I don't know if this is just going to be us seeing it in the order. There's a lot of spots. Is this them discovering? Sneaking around, transfer to the TV station. Now the question is, who's doing this? Is it going to be Jack giving knowledge to everyone? Is it going to be the company? Fucking around? I mean, I guess this is happy customer project checklist, but I mean, Jack could be doing some shit. So. Will it all go haywire like in the first game? Or will that be DLC? So she's okay with this part? Okay. Is that the sneaking around part's the problem? It could be that Toussaint is here and he's gonna actually fuck some shit up and they're gonna bring that back in. That would make more sense. He might fuck it up. Or I guess it's Echo Secunda now. I guess there's the hippies. He has this band. Take memory, give heat. No matter on it. No idea. No. I'll be curious. Jesus, did fucking Eugene do this shit? The door's locked. Yeah, we'll see. A lot of it's kind of story-wise. It's kind of where it depends on where this goes because everything's kind of building up rules and motivations and possible people fucking around. In terms of the logical stuff, it's been fine. I'd say it's cool having like the meta stuff at the end. It does mean sometimes you end up staring more at the paragraphs. I think even more than the first game, just kind of like shitting out like the order of events and then like names and stuff. But it's kind of technically a bit more difficulty, even if it's not always giga clever. It's still clever enough. I mean, it has to be some level of clever for you to even be able to get through these without it being a huge pain in the ass. So. And I mean, that means sometimes the information's going to be revealed in the same ways. Like the guy's going to yell out the dude's name or something, but I mean, it's not. I don't think it's ever been like a big deal. Yeah, man, that's cool. We'll see by the end of it. The matter button must be switched on. This like happy looking thing here. I mean, from what I could tell, this is a different idol. I don't remember what happens to the other one. It's just sitting on a counter somewhere. Doesn't the lady get it, though? Or is this just like something the original idol can do? I don't remember the rules on the original one. I mean, it was like it gave and took life. But this is like memories and heat. Or does the matter button matter? Maybe it matters, yeah. I'd have to go back and check the first game. I mean, we saw the original idol here somewhere, but then hers was like the different one. The same idol, but it has different powers depending on the golden tablets. Okay, they just slotted in different tablets. That would make more sense. It's the same exact one. What was with the fucking other statue, though? The one that looked like a frog or whatever? I mean, obviously it didn't matter, they just repurposed it. That might have been completely separate. Just happened to have it. Because, I mean, they said it didn't matter what the case was. It was all just support, but I mean... if there were two different ones... originally, or if she just used a separate case thinking it was the right one. Since the attack of the empathy cult, there is a cult attack. Which followed the dismissal of our consultant. I think every precaution sure the idol said, oh. Does she want to bring empathy to everyone and now they're having like a battle? I mean, it's cute they built her up for so long now she's actually gonna do something. Her empathy cult. And then Toussaint would want to do something, and Jack would want to do something, and the company would want to do something. Yeah, you can see the pieces. And at one point you see her grabbing the original idol, and then also her husband saying he had the original idol somewhere, I think. But I mean, where did they get the different tablets? I mean, I guess it could be anywhere. There's so many artifacts they've shown. Eugene has a pin code. Mary and Jack have a pin code. Mary from the beginning of the game. Mary, the cousin. Vomit. What the? Good. Rotten eggs. Have you just been holding on to this? 1526. Yeah, that could be it. I just grab some. I mean, considering that that guy turned down so many people's things, it was like a Jack thing. Or not Jack thing, a Eugene, or like the actual CEO. That guy's body's just been chilling here, isn't it? Hanging out. What the hell is this? What is this? A guide. There's mice and tape this on. I'm waiting for this to be one of Jack's boys infiltrating. Give a memory. He's giving it all. Did it start with a little bit? No. We have to solve one, then we unlock the rest or something. There's nothing else to click, so. Oh, I guess that's what the beach thing was. That makes sense now. Yeah, he's just fucked off. Some guy fish out of water trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, they could pull him back in the DLC, or he could pop up here and throw some chaos around. I don't know what time he broke out of the crazy ward. Yeah, this makes the beach thing a lot more relevant because this is the. I imagine they're making the commercial that they're gonna show to like fucking mindfuck people. Yeah, which is good. I'm glad that they kind of made that a bit more purposeful. There means we probably could go back there and double check it. Figure out who messed with it, but I mean, you gotta assume it's like Eugene. Because he wanted the bitches and all that. What's behind the project? Wanted to use the idle to increase. I mean, it's to make people want O-range more. What the fuck's that? The memories of drinking Orange, dude. It's like drugs. It's just that good. A corporate thing to do. Continues. My man Eugene. Everybody's wearing the fucking outfits. Yeah. That guy Jack. What's he up to? In the shadows. Let's see what these are. Happy customers. I've heard rumors that he regularly visits that lab. Is that true? Because he hasn't done on-site trips like that in years. Anna. Not the chick from the very beginning. This is the rest of the team. Rest of the company, the Megacorp. The army's our dream client. He just wanted peace, love. Love this guy, man. This was before everything. Eugene, dude. He's destroying the old bag here. Big character development. Empathy would have its revenge, of course. Turns out Eugene doesn't want to help people at all. I'm shocked. Okay. Well, this is all the corporation would want to do with it. I mean, not that it's already fucked. Extreme hyper crime, man. What the vomit? What I do with the idol, man? Don't know. Not much, I imagine. I think everybody's like first assumption would be to do some body swapping to live longer, but then it's like you gotta wreck people for that. That's no good. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fuck with the memories or anything. I mean, I guess like shooting fire eyes would be cute, but I wouldn't have much reason to go that hard. Yeah, I don't know. Not a shitload. It would require a lot of setup to make anything happen, and there's not many like good moral usages of it. Mostly just a bad thing. So the idol in the first game takes life and then can give life. So he would take it from people and then give it to himself. I think it might have been able to also do the fire and ice thing. But I don't know. Take life. Could take the life of some fucking cockroaches, man. Give myself some. Sounds like a win-win. But this idol, I don't remember from the first one it had to be people or if it could be like an animal. Like a roach. People like vomiting when they're like drinking this shit. Yeah. I don't know, maybe a cockroach, man. Alright. Idle contents. Shortly before Eugene and Jack left the laboratory. Idle's contents. Full. Why isn't Jack allowed in the lab? But he's allowed to fuck with the control panel. We need to go back to a chapter to figure this out. The triangle disc. Okay. We did. Is it all memories of the triangle disc? Good memory? I mean, wouldn't it just be all memories? Last user. I mean, probably Jack. No, I actually think. I don't think that's what's gonna happen in the long run, but we'll see here. Yeah, they don't have Bryce's name on here. It's just the security guy. Because probably not. I would be surprised like not him or the security sergeant. Although it did say last user. Like he's fucking with it clearly. But who's the user right now? Same guy, wouldn't it? When it was loaded into the security van. Somebody might have to fuck with it first here. Oh, Marmot fills the idol with the material. Wouldn't it still be Marmot was the last guy when it was loaded onto the van? I mean, only during the van is changed. Or are we having like 3 different people messing around and I missed one here? $15,269. This. Oh, is this just her assuming stupid shit again? Like a take, hate, give, empathy, or whatever the fuck. She just like still didn't get it. That'd be kind of funny. Vomit. Locked. I see. So there must have been somebody in between who fucked with this. What's going on? So I guess they like loaded it with the feeling of like disgusting, like with disgusting taste or some shit. Because he just got flashed with it, I guess. They just made it disappear. Why was he even in front of it? Is he stupid? I mean, who was the last user though? Some hippie? It would have to have been him. Has he got like revenge, I guess, or something? Oh, he's trying to like fuck with it. Okay, I see. I wasn't really looking at that much. So what, he changed? Old. What's his ass, man? Spender? Is it Tim Spender? I don't know if it's bad memories of it. Yeah, because he drank some of it, vomited, recorded himself vomiting, I guess. Or fucking recorded it in here. Tim Spender. I mean, it's possible it was her because they worked together. And she would be the user of it. That's probably what I'd say. But she's out here. But, I mean, that's the only other stuff. Tim. Was he using it on himself? I mean, that's the problem, is like, that's very likely. I mean, it's definitely them. That's why he's throwing up, he got blasted with the memories. A little bit of them. What is this, like a minute? It's not on a disc. They just did it straight up right there. Oh, is this guy a captain, not a sergeant or something? I have no idea. I don't know if it matters. Let's go check, just to make sure. It might be one of those where there's got like a couple weird things wrong here. He's the captain, so sergeant. I mean, it's not really a security sergeant. Unless this guy's bought. It's more likely that it'd be one of his goons. Oh, I see. So it has to be given to something, so that's why he got hit with it. It has to be something. You can't just shoot it out. He like gave it to himself. And it was supposed to be like really loving orange soda, but it's got swapped to fucking vomiting on orange soda. Yeah. Well, that explains why he had to do it. All memories of the square disc. All memories of the triangle disc. Is it some? Good memories? There wasn't any memories like stored on there. Okay, it's good memories. Did they record the whole time? How would they have any less or more? They just have the memories. They can't like edit it afterwards, right? That's all the memory. The curse of the golden idol. And no act there twice. November 16th. It's November. Is this how we're gonna mind wipe this guy? Okay, so he's swapping in Scott. I am a soldier of fate. Fully in, baby. Who could the hunter be? The empathy warriors. Empathy warrior. Hunter Wolf in here. Music. By Luke. What's his name? Luke Brown. Why are these not in fucking alphabetical? where the fuck was his name Brown? Luke Bruce, Luke Billy. Brown. This guy's name Eric Davison or some shit. Myson? It was Myson. Bruce Myson. God, why are these not alphabetical? I guess just because they're looking for the names themselves. Hunter Wolf. Okay. Use the idol to take all memories from Luke Brown to give all memories. These get erased to Bruce Myson. Oh, the biker. What the hell? Got tear gas. Hallucinators are some form of intoxication. What did he ever do with his his dad's body? He clearly pulled all his memories. I figured he just put them into somebody like else to do something or other. It'd be funny with what was really happening was the cousin or the daughter or whatever was the one actually setting all this up, and Jack just fucking pretty much just tells her how to do it. They want you to believe it's Jack, and it's the one that makes the most sense. But like technically, I mean, I guess Jack could just be fucking around. There's maybe a clue somebody else did it. But I figured he like took the memories of the older guy, his uncle, his dad, or grandpa, or whatever, and used that as the knowledge base he was gonna give everybody, and then everybody's knowledgeable now or something. But it's like, did he just take his whole life or some of it? Wouldn't that have made Harry like his grandpa? I don't know what happened with Harry for a while there. Or maybe he just put some generic knowledge in, I'm not sure. Or empathy and love. Not fair. Tess, I'm with you. I'm also worried about Eugene, or worse, Mary or Nathan might do with the idol. The lab is not heavily guarded. The best time to stop them will be moments before the broadcast. Is this to give himself some, like, to make himself look innocent? Or is he really just, like, this far behind the ball game, dude? I mean, with the body swaps, it could be anything, dude. But it's pretty cool. I mean, they're kind of making you wonder a little bit now. Who's this? They're in the title. Oh yeah, it's that actress. Lavender perfume. Who's this? I know who this is. Who is that? Her husband, maybe? Some random hippie? I'm not sure. General Hugh Striker, dude. Hands up. This guy hanging off here. Oh wait, is that Eugene? I think that'd be sick. That'd be so funny. Fucking Eugene, what's up, man? Audio in, audio out, video out. What is he doing? He yoinked the video in. Lavender fragrance. The actress. Carrot Top. It's Marie, I guess. Westlake or whatever. Keep eye on Baldy. Baldy. He's got the triangle one. Well, they said it never depletes, so you just keep using it, I guess. Wait, pull the video in. Audio in, audio out, video. Oh, he's an idiot. Of course, this wouldn't do anything, right? Video in. Still gonna shoot out, I thought. Maybe we'll see what happens. The lavender, yeah. They've got their shit going on. All sorts of people doing shit. They've set them all up well enough too. You know who's who. So the commercials didn't happen. Cool music. Eugene's superpowers just being like extremely fucked. So who's the only one that got fucked over? Just her? No. Like tear gas from the people upstairs. They trapped him on the roof. Fucking Eugene, man. The sheer fucking crazy bastard. An asshole, man. Was it just him? It's got the lavender perfume. He had the orange drink. Only who? Was it just him? Icarus. Waiting for it to be actually like his grandpa somehow has something to do with this. Yeah, well, think about it. No. I don't know, we'll see. I mean, his grandpa was going to the Steelside docks or whatever. So obviously, and obviously he died. I mean, so it had something to do with it, but he got his shit. Yoink. Question's just gonna be if it was this guy that did it, or... I mean, if he got hit with his own shit. he's in his own memories. That'd be bizarre. Remove the space. Remove yourself. Was it him? He's the only one who seems affected. We'll see. I'm gonna put Jack now. He seems like he'd be the culprit, but what the hell's his deal right now? It's like the tear gas. Tim Spinner trapped Eugene Marmot on the roof. I mean, locked from the inside? I mean, I guess it could just be her. He has the key. Okay, that's still 10. I guess he just, like... That was an OPIG key, so... I figured. Spectators from getting bad memories of the O-range. But only Jack Nowak received the square disc. Not Jack. I mean, Summer Knightley. Doesn't seem... Where is she keeping that perfume? It feels like Jack's the culprit behind the whole thing, man. I mean, that's like what I'd be 99% sure, but you know, there's always a chance, I guess. Jack sets them up to like break it, so they can't like get any maybe proof, or they blame it on these guys, or I don't know. Or what is his plan there? I mean, if he could just like mind wipe everybody, then what does it matter, right? Yeah, he's gonna try to like shift the blame. Nathan running security. Yeah, something to do with who is supposed to be looking at the thing. I mean, technically he would have watched it. Keep eye on Baldy. Oh, Tim. He's not like totally bald, but I guess he's bald enough. Operate camera. We can confirm the effect. He still has his disc. It's possible he like redid it. But nobody's like throwing up. I guess that now they distracted him. I mean, maybe she got hit. Because she's just there? I mean, I guess. And other than Jack, who the fuck would it be? Her name's Summer Knightley. Guess it was Jack. Interesting. Cool. I'd love if they set this guy up as the mastermind and he's actually just kind of just never makes it. He's just never smart enough. It's like somebody else fucking around. The problem is everything went haywire anyways. So. Angle disk memories? Hallucinating? What is fucked here, man? Figurine disc? I mean, it could be. There a fourth? It'd be funny if Jack was never the Jack we knew for like most of it. And then it just like gave him back the Jack. There's all sorts of things we could do, I guess. That's how hard they wanted to go. Broadcast. Is it the kinds of memories? I mean, Square Disc should have been the last one, unless they put another. From the Idol? Does it matter? I mean, there was no broadcast, so I guess Idol. Icarus. He's hallucinating about Icarus. I mean, this was something his grandpa told him a long time ago. Like how Isaac Nowak didn't hear him. I mean, is that what's going on here? Or they want me to put them in there, man? Where's the Icarus message? I don't remember where that was. I mean, he seems like he might be telling him about shit. Do I have her name right? They put them right next to each other. That's in a very... The TV station. That seems right. Is he looking at himself and he calls him Icarus, so he's Isaac now? I mean, that's what I figure, like, and the square thing was just full of his uncle's, like, memories, and like, oh, they're great people, he's a great dude, so he's gonna be great everywhere, but did he override himself? I mean, I get that he'd be Isaac now. Sure, but I mean, he was still Jack. Was it not square disc? I mean, the square disc was what was in the fucking car, was it not? Cool if they had the person on the bike be like a big deal there. Square disc. When he's not. He's not Isaac yet. I mean, he's Isaac now, but he wasn't before, so it wouldn't make sense. Only Jack got hit. It'd be interesting if he, like, purposely overdid his own memories. I mean, that's where it's possible. It could be his, like, daughter, but feels more like it would just be Jack. Weird thing to do to yourself. Unless it was an accident. I wish I could put Isaac Noack memories. All memories? I don't think they'd make it all memories. Okay. Alright. All memories. Was it, I mean, wasn't it the square disc? If it's not, okay, but... Okay. It is somebody else, man. The Jack bait was good. Unless this is later in the day. Wait, this is December 4th now. It could still be Jack. Jack's like the most... I'm like wanting it not to be Jack because Jack's so obvious. I'm like, come on, man. It's not Jack. Come on. Come on. But I mean, it's like... I keep thinking like this is after everything because it's the same looking time of night. Probably. We'll see. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it has to be. I mean, they set him up from the beginning. We were always joking he'd be the mastermind. I mean, his desire to do something special was the Icarus thing, so you'd imagine he'd want to impart that on everyone. But did he, like, suck his own fucking memories out? And then who was Jack? No, he just sucked the memories of his uncle, and that was it, or whatever. We'll see. He fucked it up. It's funny, all the way to the end, Eugene, man, somehow. Eugene climbs the tower and, like, rips this fucking cartoony ass wire out of it, man. It's like, foiled by Eugene to the end. Okay, posing as... I mean, the DLC could be about Echo or something. Posing as Hunter Wolf. Educate society. Yeah, humanity. Makes some more sense. Would he consider himself a genius? I mean, he is, I guess, but... Oh, it's his uncle or whatever. Never mind. In a world where Isaac Nowak is everyone. Spectators of... Jack's just dead, essentially. Sports, TV. Rejected, decision army, workforce. Business is billions of people. I like how they have Elizabeth Nowak in here. That'd be sick, man. That'll work now. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I mean, there's not a whole lot there, but they had the ultimate bait. Millions of spectators. Okay. I was hoping, but deep down, it's got to be Jack, unless there's a twist beyond. It'd be slick though. The scenario. I love that Eugene, like Tessa didn't matter at all, but Eugene is up there climbing this tower, dude. And there's just plugs there. It just rips plugs out there. What in the goddamn? The head of speculative investment. Oh, there he is. He was on the bike. Dude, is the DLC gonna be like the downfall of Eugene or something? Eugene just keeps fucking going up, dude. How does this happen? If you're watching this is funny because it's only him who gets fucked. And they dump it there. What, do they just get rid of it? Do they have something better? They could just grab it. Oh, it's broken, I guess. So he's explaining everything to his uncle. Is his uncle gonna go sicko mode now or something? Harry wasn't such a good guy. Damn. Maybe Jack wasn't so bad. He's trying to save the world by making everyone his uncle, dude. Cool, man. But who was DLC? They definitely leave off Takunda and the DLC and all these other little fucking artifacts rolling around. Now his uncle knows everything. He's in his fucking nephew's body. That'd be fucking weird, man. Wouldn't they have found Jack's note, though, since she got arrested and he would be taking the fall here? Okay, Jack was the only one who got hit, but he went out thinking he was doing it big. Interesting. Music was great in this one. Nope. No. This one feels like instead of like prequel shit, you're gonna get like sequel shit. Or DLC possibly. What did they name what the fucking things would be called? The soundtrack's already available. The Gold DLC Q1 2025 The Sins of Newell. Follow Detective Roy Sampson through 4 brand new cases of his dealings with an organized crime syndicate plaguing the city. Drugs, death, and ancient memory magic will make headlines in the Sins of Newell. Well, it's got the Lemurian lady on the front here and her silhouette. So. It also has the silhouette of the guy who fucking like cuts the wires on the fucking. Pretty sure that's him on the fucking jail. So he's fixing the wires or whatever. Who knows what's up with that? And there's 2 in Q2 2025 and then 1 in Q3. Possibly. Okay. Oh, they're explaining all of them here. Okay, well, that's gonna explain that. Travel Maria investigate a deep reach. Let me turn this down a bit. The deep reaching extremism which the upper echelons of Lemurian aristocracy as king, mingle with new age cults from India, gurus, just want to scam Westerners. Good name redacted. Unlawful use of Lemurian technology, Inquisition's quintessence investigate their truly immunity idols influence for a world for modern technology. And catch a glimpse of the world during the creation of the artifact itself. Right before the case of the Golden Isle, group of swords they set off on a seafaring venture to discover fabled. Jesus Christ, is this 2 or 3 DLCs that are explaining that even further? Didn't I say we probably didn't need that, man? I mean, the Roy Sampson's kind of interesting. I wonder if this will be set after some of this shit and have to do with Secunda or whatever. New Age cults. This seems more like modern day Lemuria. World before modern technology. And this is like literally like during like a previous like ancient society. They're like going hard on it. This is right after the events of the case of the Golden Idol. Oh, okay. Oh, that's it before. I don't know. After the case of the Golden Idol, some people went to discover a new treasure. Is that gonna tie into this? I mean, I imagine it would if they're gonna try to be clever. Huh. Well, maybe they won't continue like another little story with this guy. And they left off with him, but if possible still you'll get it in the first DLC. Well, I'm gonna take a quick piss, guys, and then I mean, I don't know how much interest there is in a discussion here. This one's a pretty, I think it's really interesting. It's fun to bust through, but I mean, the time of day and people might want to play it, haven't played it, and then probably if you're just catching up, if I'm not explaining the logic, might not be interesting. Don't know how many people have in here to talk about it, but I'm gonna shoot a bit about it anyway. So I'll be back. Right, so the rise of the Golden Idol. Yeah, so I mean, overall, I liked it. I thought it was good. But we can get into the nitty-gritty of it. I think when I went into it, I was afraid it would be just like kind of continuing the trend of the DLC, which was good, but like not something you want to do for like ever, which was which was to further kind of just keep going farther and farther back and explaining like more of what the idol is and breaking it down. And I mean, it was fun. I like doing that, but the tension, the build up, the mystery of an actual story and rules and figuring out who's what and being able to look back over stuff and realizing, you know, this was happening. I think I liked a lot more, and so for that, it's like you needed like a new thing. So when it said this was the rise of the Golden Idol, I'm like, okay, you know, you're gonna name it similar, but I was like, okay, I don't want it to be actually like too focused on the same thing in a different place. And I think for the most part, it ends up not being that, which is good. It's its own story. I was worried during it that it was going to be like continued in the DLC type of thing, which would have sucked. But it ends up being a full story, which is nice, where they kind of set up every little thing and kind of end it. And, I mean, it leaves off for more stuff, a lot more than like the original kind of does. Yeah. I think my hopes for the game were that it would be, they would kind of take it to another level. I mean, the original was already really good, so it's totally fine if it didn't. If it was just the same thing again. You know, mix up maybe a little bit of how the deductions work, and you know, like a fresh story. And I think for the most part they kind of do that. I don't think it's like, you know, they mix some things up in this where they add like the chapter layers, where you need to fill in the blanks and figure out what happens in each chapter by going back and checking the other ones. I don't think they really, I mean, they'll have parts where like they'll introduce, like, instead of just like the same three categories, they'll be like, you know, who sleep here, who does this, and it's kind of like cleverly lead you into like being able to answer the events. I don't think it's like this huge like next step kind of thing, but I don't think it needs to either. So I think if you're looking for like, you know, maybe some kind of evolution of the Golden Idol, this doesn't really do that as much, but there wasn't really anything super bad about the original, so just doing it with a couple tweaks, a new setting, a fresh story is way more than enough for me. And for that matter, the general quality of what everything was is kind of what matters really the most, you know. New story, how's the build up, the characters, the presentation, how clever the puzzles and the deductions and stuff. I would say for the story I enjoyed it, because you already kind of know sort of what the idol's about. It does take its time kind of like teaching you that sort of stuff. But I think that's slow burn. So you expect some kind of shenanigans, but because they don't just do the same thing, because they kind of take a more like, instead of linear chapter approach, a split kind of chapter approach, it keeps things spicy. Like if they didn't start with the murders and the guys with the crazy eyes, like you already know there's something up, right? But it's like that's not how it worked in the first game, so you're very curious as to what's going on. You know, so they're introducing stuff like that. Then they're building up this like kind of like different looking idol, and people are putting it together. You're like, ooh, you can take it apart, and you know, modern technology is making you understand it. I think that's a really cool way to go. And then it's like getting into rules for a long time, which I'm sure some people don't like those chapters as much. I think that's those chapters like the bird one and stuff are kind of not always the best, but they're it's kind of them taking this setting and trying to do something kind of fun with the deductions in them. If I have a problem with those chapters, it's more mechanical, more of the actual deduction parts than it is actually them mixing up settings and kind of drawing out the laboratory testing type of stuff. I think that was totally fine. And then yeah, it builds up. I think it's a pretty clever little story. Obviously at the end I was hoping to be like even you know, I feel like Jack was so obvious from the beginning. He has that like, you know, he has bigger dreams, and you know, he's the one you see in a couple places early, and his uncle's, you know, the one who died and all that. He's like, you know, the moment you see him, you're like, this is probably going to be the guy, possibly, if there is one, right? But they give him they give everybody good motivations. You know what they're about without it being like overly overwritten or anything. They'll bring back certain people, like, you know, you're watching the dance from the Lemurian ladies house, or you're bringing that lady who has the thing that Toussaint knew about, the disc, and so they'll set up a lot of stuff cleverly, and then bring it back into stuff later. I would say overall I liked the story there. Obviously it leaves off for some stuff. There's some interesting things, I guess, to think about with self-sacrifice and, like, you know, if you could override, you know, people. Sometimes it's a little like just kind of like cartoony, right? You know, it's like, I mean, yes, the corporations would want to do that. So it's not really, I mean, it is cartoonishly evil, but you get like, you know, like he just wants to make everybody his uncle because his uncle's a cool guy. And it's like, I guess that could, I mean, it makes, I mean, it's interesting, and I think they like justify his like thought process enough. You read into all the stuff and how annoyed he is with shit, but so I think it's smart enough. I think they build up enough stuff. Is it, are you salivating, just super duper wondering as much as you were during like when they built into the cults and you just didn't know how any of the idol stuff worked, that it was even supernatural at all? probably not as in the first game, but I do find I like the ending and smoothness of getting to it, and the build up better in this. I think the first one has probably better like overarching twists. I mean, you can figure out Hearst is young if you're really paying attention pretty quick. So that wasn't a big surprise to me, but I still really respected and liked what they were going for there. And then they kind of just jump into him being this like political, like, you know, his little dystopia or whatever. And I thought that was interesting. And I like it more the longer away I am away from it. But I think at the time, the buildup of all this like cult stuff and all that shit felt so like sinister and interesting that it ends in like some kind of puritanical or whatever kind of cult thing was a little. I was like, it felt a little kind of, maybe it's just the way it segued into it. I think this one segues into everything much smoother, but is less probably surprising at times. Yeah. I mean, I've been talking for a bit. Yeah, that's my thing. It's like, I think it's just like, and it's been a bit since I played it, and one, it's just kind of like, yeah, the very, very end for sure. I'm talking more like just the idea that he is like creating this country. The very, very end, yeah. I mean, it's like everybody. He was just like thirsty for that chick or whatever is why he got fucked over. Yeah, so I didn't really like that as much. I'm talking more the segue from like cult weirdness to like full on like political regime stuff. It was more of an atmospheric kind of buildup of like the small murders and cults and tension, and then all of a sudden it's like this big thing, and I'm like, I like the idea of that. The longer I am away from it, yeah, the actual execution of the very end of it and how Hearst kind of like gets fucked over is like, I don't like that as much. I think this one is much more smooth. It's not as like surprising at times. It's not as like sinister at times. Where you're really captivated by that part of it. It's all very like upfront what's going on after a bit. I mean, obviously there's like a tension of like, how do the murders end up happening? You know, what is everybody trying to do? You know, what can this thing do? But I mean, essentially from chapter 4 on, 3 even, there's not really like a... Well, I mean, even the original, you kind of know what's going on all the time. It's more like, where is it going to go? I guess this one doesn't have... If chapter 1 wasn't about the different murders, like I said, if this game's structure didn't kind of like start at the end-ish and then jump around, I think it would be probably a lot less interesting when you're doing all like the legwork through the rules chapters and the experiment chapters and all that, you know, the robbery chapters and all that kind of stuff. But because, you know, it kind of ends up in some weird place and that they're like kind of breaking apart the idol and you're kind of wondering where it's going to go, I think that's pretty cool. And then it leads into this, and all the characters make sense for what they're doing in the end. It doesn't, you know, obviously it gets foiled, but I mean that it's like Eugene still is sailing upwards and stuff, you know, there's maybe a couple surprises in there. Like I said, I feel like Hearst turning himself young and them hiding that was much better hidden than Jack being like the evil guy. You figure both out pretty quick, but I feel like the Jack one's a little more obvious. But there's so much else going on that I don't really mind that. I guess the point is, overall I like the story. I think maybe at times the original has a bit more of a tension and atmosphere. Maybe because of the time, maybe because you don't know about the supernatural parts of it. Maybe because of just like the pace. This is like twice as long. Yeah. I mean, it works out because then it sets like, you know, it's like an in media res type of thing, or whatever you want to call it. Like a Tarantino type of thing where it's like, oh, you start with an exciting moment, then bring it back, or, you know, all sorts of shit does that. But it would be like, I mean, you see Jack and you already know when he has the Isaac thing. He's like, they call me, you know, Isaac. What is it, Icarus? And you know, these guys don't have the right mentality, and it's like he already sounds like a good-natured evil mastermind. But I was like, well, there's a chance. Even to the end, I was like, maybe it's like his cousin or whatever, possibly. And he's been like, maybe there's like hints somewhere I missed where they're like mentioning someone else. And I thought that would have been kind of cool. I think Jack, they make it too obvious, but it's still fun. The build up of like what is up with the idol, like how are they going to change it with like, you know, technology, and how they incorporate that was kind of cool and stuff. So, and I feel like it's still got like a nice little thriller kind of, you know, thing where they tap into a little bit of stuff here and there. But this one's a lot longer, and part of that's what we'll get into in a bit, the gameplay part. But I feel like maybe I think this one's probably more of like a balanced story, like clean. The first one at times feels a bit more engaging. I still really like this one story, I guess, but you guys kind of feel me. Like, I feel like the ending, yeah, on the first one's kind of fucked, but like the feel of like the cults and like, you know, figuring out, because you don't even know what the idol is in that. Although maybe they tell you in the summary that it's like supernatural. You have like an idea maybe that it's something like this. It's like, oh shit, some weird stuff's going on, and they don't really tell you right away, but like you kind of start figuring it out. And this one, it's like it's very upfront because it is a sequel, and so there's a bit of that mystery loss. So it has to build it back up with like out of order chapters and like character motivations and breaking the idol apart and doing stuff with it. At the end of the day, they don't really do anything super special about the idol. All it is they use it on a broadcast, right? Like they don't like break down the idol and like recreate parts a certain way, right? They don't need to, but it's like, I think that's what you're like maybe building up to think. But I get that they don't want to go too crazy there. They want to work within a rule set so you can understand. But yeah, the TV broadcast is really where technology even plays a part. Outside of like a little individual things here and there, like, you know, soda existing and stuff like that. I mean, whatever. Every time they set things out of order, it's just a lazy puzzle to obfuscate things, and so just looking at the dates on some paper. Yeah, I would say, like I said, I guess and we keep talking about story, but overall I enjoyed the story. I think it's a neat thing. Could it have been crazier? Maybe, but I still think it's clever enough with like building up character motivations and making you kind of wonder and having some kind of like mystery as to what's going on and playing off expectations from the first one. That I still think it's pretty engaging. It's pretty cool there. I think as far as presentation goes, the music does a really good job. I think if the music wasn't as strong as it was, same with the first game, that would hurt it a lot. There is this kind of like unique feel to most of the chapters and like cases, and the music comes across as like very sinister and kind of like mysterious at times. I mean, I think it does a really good job of dynamically changing as you're jumping into different scenes and stuff. It maybe not always like the big surprise that the first game was, like when you're jumping into the guy on fire in the beginning and it's like, you know, whoa, and the music's going. But I think it does a really good job of like mixing in like 70s stuff with a unique kind of Golden Idol feel and this kind of like dark synthy kind of thing. I think that helped a lot with the story tension type of shit for me, but I mean, I'm big into the music usage in games. What's up, Lassie? So that was cool. But yeah, I think gameplay is probably the weird one. What do you guys think about? What do you guys think about the deduction stuff? Yeah, filler. I could see that. I think this one, like every chapter serves a purpose, but there's probably ways that those chapters could have been consolidated or in a story maybe extended out possibly. Maybe. It's like even the beach chapter has a point by the end of it, right? It's like it still feels clever enough with its chapters. You could be a lot more like padded. But I mean, like, you know, like how the different places they steal shit and the guy escaping from prison. And my thing is, like, at the end of the day, if for the story some of it feels like filler, if the gameplay was always tits up, I don't think I'd have any problem with it. Because, yeah, I was going to mention that entire chapter 4 is essentially just showing their experimenting. And it's like, and then having a meta puzzles around it on who got what. But who got what's really obvious. Like the mother and the daughter are like right there. You know. All you have to do is know the slates work for memories, and then it's like you figure out the others pretty easily. So it's just like I like that chapter has like maybe the dance is a little different than usual. And that they introduce and kind of show how the memory stuff works, but like they do try to tie them together, so I don't think they're like complete filler, but I do think that chapter is almost more of an excuse to just have unique 70s or whatever locations and have a deduction thing on them, right? Like, it's just like a talent show. It's just like the birds, you know, killing people. It has something to do with the memory stuff, so they do try to tie it in, which I think is, hey, at least they're trying to do something there. It's not like complete bullshit. But yeah, my thing is more like, those chapters are there to just kind of, I feel like, provide like some spice and have like new cases than they are really to like have super effective like storytelling. Now my thing is, that's totally fine if like they introduce some really cool stuff to the gameplay, or they're really clever. I like this game a lot, and I do think the gameplay is a lot of fun, but I'm not gonna like, sometimes I'm sitting there, I'm like, I really don't want to fill in 1,000 more names super hard every single, I'm like, is this like is this, you know, like, can we do a little bit more, you know? Like, I mean, some of it's like, this one probably goes a lot, I don't even know, would you say this one is harder than the first one, or it just has more shit you have to fill in? This is kind of what I mean, is like, the first game's like one event thing, some names, a couple random like paragraphs or, you know, little things you have to like you know, align, and like that's kind of it. And it's like, this one's like multiple event pages, a meta huge page at the end of like 3 or 4 cases, and then depending on the chapter, you know, 1 to 4 other things with pictures, which tend to be a little more interesting. So it's like, and my thing is like, even just filling in, well, I think name filling in more in the sense that like, is there too much shit to fill in, or is it not clever enough? Redundant keywords. I don't know. Like, this one didn't feel like much more difficult. There's definitely some times where you're like, and there were a couple shitty times where it was just like semantics type of shit. Like, one thing works either way, but they kind of fuck you on it. The one where you're missing takes longer, yeah. So, I don't know, it's... That I like deducing it all. There were some times I thought it was really clever, where clearly they could tell they were leading you into a line of thought, like the part with the Tessa Navari in the rock area, where it looks like, especially because she's talking about thieves and stuff, that somebody broke into her home and like stole some shit. And you can kind of like assume that because of the buildup of that kind of case. Right? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's actually like it's more visual. And it's like, oh wait, no, this happened here, and she's acting weird because she's like burying a guy, and it's like, so I feel like the deductions lead you to think a certain thing, and they let you think all those things, and then you realize through just a couple key clues that that's not the case. And I don't think that happened maybe as often as I would have liked. I still think it was fun to do shit and just like read off random shit and kind of work your way through it. Like, I don't think any of that was unfun, but there were definitely times where I was like, you know, I was leaning more on the story than I was on like how clever certain things were. I still think they did a good job of making like, you know, certain things like, you know, elucidate certain things. Like in the dock chapter, it's like, you know, you might not know what's going on the boat, but you get a good idea. And then it's like, if you figure out the stuff outside the boat, then it makes sense on there. But like, I still think it's still like effective. They're not like bad, but there's definitely times I was kind of like, you know, maybe more clever, like aha type of shit, or really cool, like, you know, that's a neat like little trick, or like I like with patience, right? Or just like really interesting deductions, if not like tricky stuff. Instead of just kind of like going down the list and reading everybody and just kind of filling shit in. You know, like some of it's almost just auto, right? It just depends. 90% auto users are take memories and give memories. Yeah, I mean, those were pretty whatever, because you've already, to even get to that point, solved all the rules. So I feel like you could almost just like have those be like a block on their own. But I mean, who's really getting like confused about like that? All it is just more busy work, I feel like. I mean, there were a couple times where I had to put all instead of square disk, which was kind of shitty because it was the square disk memories, but you had to put all memories instead. Usually those kinds of like technicalities don't happen, but there was a good 3 or 4, I think. It was kind of just like, alright, man, okay, we get it. Like, that's kind of stupid. I don't know. I mean, when you really think about all the different cases and how the deductions have to work, and that it doesn't end up being this annoying, like, nonsensical thing, there's usually like multiple different ways to figure out things. Like on the beach chapter, like, you know, we was talking about how he used the height, and I never touched the height or the smokes. So it's like, it's clever for sure, and it kind of has to be to even be like somewhat good. But there were times for sure it was kind of like, maybe it wasn't that I was always looking for an aha clever moment. Maybe it was more like, yeah, there needed to be like kind of this like little evolution or like more experimental way of like deducing shit. Like the dance was kind of cute in a way, you know. I've seen so many kids that auto solve by figuring out what single word can fit in one spot. Yeah, I mean, that was my thing too, and it happened in the first game sometimes. And I don't know if that's what you're getting at. I don't quite know what you mean, but it's like you can just solve the events thing by like general understanding what's going on and like just kind of like sentence structure and shit like that. I mean, I guess since you have to kind of understand, but you can kind of like predict story stuff, and that's kind of why I like the ones where it's like you can't predict it without going through the steps. But there are some chapters where it's like you can figure out the events way before you understand every little thing they want you to figure out. And I don't think that's as big a deal when they have the meta end parts that pull back some of that information and use it in ways. But yeah, there was times like the one with the artifacts. I was like, I didn't know what the fuck they wanted with the like this one. Where is it here? Or was it was chapter 5. Like this one. I was like, dude, I don't know what the flying fucko they're after with this at the start. but like I know pretty easily that like, you know, because of the beginning of the game, the Toussaint, there's something that happens with them. We know it's about memories. Like, it doesn't take much to just like assume like something happened to him, and then like I look at the sentences and them mentioning Secunda and stuff. You're like, okay, it's probably like he got overridden by somebody, because that seems like a logical leap of like where this technology could go. And it's like, I mean, is that really so bad that you could do that? It is like a kind of satisfying, like, you know, story. It's kind of like when we're playing like a fucking mystery bean and you just like guess half the story or something. It's like not like the worst thing, right? It's still like fun because you have to like understand. You're still thinking back to like the beginning of the game and you're thinking about how the rules kind of work. But it does mean you end up kind of just like playing with like sentence structure and like you're not really working out like little chunks here and there as much. But yeah, I mean, I still really liked it. I still, you know, it's a very unique thing, very fun to do, and it's a cool very cool concept. I could just play these just the way they are, you know, if they just kept making new stories, you know, for many games, and I'd be fine with it. Like, it's a cool enough thing, and I think they did a good enough job with presentation and like kind of the story build up and reveals and stuff, even if it's not always as like, you know, mind busting, or not always as like, you know, maybe like I said, the story's more smooth in this, maybe it's not always like to the pace some people might want, but I still think it was really interesting, even if it was predictable at times. I still would have liked if it wasn't Jack and they baited you into thinking of somebody else. Would have been God tier, but what was the second case of the first DLC? And do you mean like on difficulty or what? Because yeah, the DLC of the first game is still the most difficult. Yeah, they probably don't want to go to that. I think this one is technically more difficult than the first game, but sometimes I wonder if it's more about difficult and more that it just has a lot going on. The succession ritual to 4 conspiracies. Oh yeah. That one took a long time, for sure. No, I think that's fair because they build up Jacked and it makes sense. Like I said, in the character motivation way, I like it, and seeing him like kind of start to do bad things because he, for a good reason. I mean, that's not like a fresh concept, but like, you know, his stuff with his uncle and, you know, obviously his workplace politics and shit plan. So it makes him interesting there, but it's also a deduction game and a mystery, and having like an extra layer that you might be able to read into that still might be satisfying would be kind of cool. I don't think he's disappointing. I just think it would have been really cool if there was like just a twist of somebody else, but a satisfying one that if you went back and checked it. I think Holst being young, while not super hard to predict, if you don't predict it, which I think is a lot easier to not predict than this guy, there's a lot to go back and double check with him. That's kind of cool. This doesn't really have that going on. Like you know, the Jack stuff all makes sense. Eugene was secret. No, I like that Eugene was the funny, like fucking just dumbass meme guy, but like he's still just like he was really effective still in his own way, right? Like he yoinked the cartoony cables out, failed up. The fucking like corporate guy's just a dumbass. I mean, maybe it would have been cool if he got like destroyed. But that, you know, Jack's plans all kind of got foiled, even though he thought it worked out, and he was the only one who kind of suffered, was kind of an interesting way to go with it. I mean, it leaves off possibly for a more satisfying kind of like comeuppance or something, but oh yeah, like he's gonna. That's what I was saying. Is like maybe Jack's gonna be like a Kefka and this chaos guy who like fully buys into like the empathy thing, and then like tries to like mind wipe people all to be in like hippies or something. But he just ends up being a greedy business dumbass. But I mean, the thing is though, they have Mary and Tim Spender, who have good justifications for wanting to fuck him over. So I think he fits well there. And then also like, you know, him just being just an asshole instead of like some weird cult guy. Just, I mean, obviously it's gonna bother, because he's essentially like an avatar of like the fucking company. It's like, so obviously it's gonna bother Jack. And then you've got the Navarre and stuff, who, you know, because he just ends up being like a scum sucker, Navarre's like pissed at him. So they bring them all in, and I think it all makes sense that they would all do it because they've put sufficient chapters. And I think that's where the story succeeds. Maybe it's just low standards with video game stories or something, but like that they have a lot of different characters with motivations built up that you could see having the capability and the desire to do some of this stuff. I do think Eugene gets a lot of meme, like, almost contrivances to, like, you know, get to where he is at the end of the game. That there is, like, these cartoony, like, video in, video out things just out in the open, and he just climbs this thing. It's like, I mean, I like it in the way that, like, Jack just kind of, like, gets fucked over by, like, complete dumbassery when he's talking about, you know, being a genius and all that kind of stuff, and he's kind of just kind of dumb in a weird way about like people and like simple stuff. But I mean, that's kind of a classic, I guess, storytelling thing. You can't think of everything, and, you know, overestimating yourself and all that. But it is a little cartoony, right? Like he lights himself on fire, and the corporate guy's just dumb enough to just be like, okay, it's awesome, right? But I mean, it makes sense, because I mean, a corporate guy would probably be like that, like, yeah, so. I don't mind that he didn't get a bad end. I mean, yeah, it would have been, I mean, if he dropped to the floor and exploded, I don't think I would have been like, you know, sad. I would have probably been thinking it was funny or something. But I kind of like, I think Eugene just succeeding up still in his own little goal world, even though it's not as grand as Jack's, is kind of like the more interesting ending, where it kind of just doesn't work out for him. But yeah. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, the story for me, I think, is cleaner and like relatively engaging the whole way through, without as many like big like edge of my seat, like really kind of like, ooh, what the hell is going on, like highs that the first game had. But it doesn't have the lows the first game had, like the very end and stuff. And like I said, I liked all the cases. I like what this setting brings in variety. I do think at times it could be a little more clever, but when you break it down, it still has to be pretty clever to get to where it is in the first place. So maybe some of it's just filling in too much junk. Some of it being more auto, or just like, you know, not even there. Like in the last few chapters, they stop even doing names, right? And it's like, it doesn't even hurt it really. So, what was the worst case? The bird one, maybe? I don't know. Let's look through them all. What is up with the end of chapter cutscene for the prologue? Where she like grabs the idol or whatever? How do we get to it again? Is it at the start of this? Yeah, we were talking about that. How do you watch that again? Oh, here they are, probably. This is whole. No, not. No, this, is that one? Oh. This is just Navarre, right? I mean, this guy just buys it, leaves it here, and Navarre finds it eventually. It's missing its gem. So maybe the idea is that this is supposed to, like, start her, like, journey, essentially, into, like, discovering stuff about the idol. And then she finds, like, different records to, like, put together the idol or a different idol. Is what I figure. When Arthur Blythe stole the parts from a story and sold them away, here she grabs the entire idol. But it's missing the jewel. So maybe there's nothing inside of it anyways. I mean, they do go out of the way to say that the idol is just like structure and it's the inside that matters. My thing is like where is this like frog idol structure from, right? Did they just like repurpose like different tiles essentially? Because it's different tiles from the first game, right? Where it's like not, because I mean it's not life in this one, it's like memories and shit. And I'm like, so they just find those somewhere else essentially? Is there just like pieces of the idol somewhere hiding around? Depending on the title it's managed to. She had all the pieces, she just didn't use them. Right? And she didn't do any memory stuff. They go out of their way to say, like, it's not even plugged in, remember? I think she literally didn't do anything with it. She just had it all. That's what I thought. She was trained and taught by the um like that random guy in her photo. So maybe he just like told her about this kind of shit and she just like applied what she thought this thing could do to it, but it was all a hoax. They talk about it. I mean, Toussaint literally goes and says like nothing is plugged in inside of her idol at all, and she's like fucked up the meanings on it too. Look like this one. It would never work the way she imagined, but some of these pieces seem legitimate. They're not connected. You got the translation wrong. So the idea, I think, is that she was using her teachings of how she thinks the world works and what she knows about Lemurian history, because she and her husband, was it? He runs like a Lemurian museum or historian museum or something. I don't remember exactly. She thought the idol was doing something to like slowly give people empathy and remove hate, but it wasn't doing anything. And because she was wasting all of that money, they take her shit, and then once they take her shit, they find out that it actually does something if you put it together correctly. Her husband mentions giving her that idol she wanted in one of the notes. I don't know if it's maybe the original one or just like the current frog one or whatever this thing is. This one. Hi, it's your favorite ex-husband. Starzone decided to return that Lankan artifact. I guess it's not Lemurian. Lankan artifact I took in the divorce. Maybe this is something else. Wait. Lankan one? Was the idol in the first game Lemurian or Lankan? I don't fucking remember. They're really similar. It was Lemurian, okay. Maybe this is something else, but you can't. She hasn't done anything. You want me to go to the Navari experiment chapter? Navari experiment. What is that? Like one of the trials ones? I mean, these aren't her. What if the one with the cousin? Cousin. Cousin. Not Jack's cousin. Let's check the experimented on guy. Don't they all get experimented on though? Is it this chapter or chapter 3? Oh, you mean... Oh, I know what you're talking about. This cousin. Not this chapter. The one where they take her place. Yeah, I know. No, he doesn't do anything here. I mean, she sets it here, and the idea is to just like slowly drain his his hate and give him like empathy, but I don't think it does anything. This guy beat the shit out of them, and then they roped him into this to keep him there. I mean, if you go off the times, they hadn't even started the experiment yet. They just read it. And then there's the elimination process. That's 925. They haven't even started doing anything, and she wouldn't have been able to do it anyway. I mean, the reason he beats the shit out of this guy is because of personal love for his cousin and his creed or whatever. No, the bracelets, I mean, they have OPIG symbols on them. And she's technically with OPIG, but yeah, OPIG symbol was the little Adidas pyramid thing. This symbol right here. It's on the key in the last chapter. It's all over the place. He has a key at some point that has a. I mean, it's not like a secret thing. It's all over. I'm trying to remember some places with it. He has a key with the symbol for the lab. I don't know if he has like a paper with it. The van out here that they used. An OPIG van with the symbol on it. Yeah. I mean, I could still see the confusion. I mean, technically, he worked for OPIG, but... No. When they said she was a quack, I thought they were baiting it too, but she just is. She's just stupid. And has no idea what it does. It's just like caught up in her like eccentric hippie type of shit. My thing is like, how does she not know how it works all the way to the end though? She's like a consultant through the entire thing. Even in the final scene, this one. I mean, maybe she does understand it's just their calling card. But this scene, they use the take heat, or they give heat, take memories thing. Because in her mind, it was take, this one was, wait, no, which one was take? This one was like take, one of them was take hate, and one of them was give empathy. And like, she still is wearing a headband that has it wrong or whatever at the very end. And I'm just like, did she just not learn despite being like a contractor for the last like half a year on it? And she saw how it all worked. I mean, maybe she wasn't there all the time and she is like really stupid. So it's like, maybe she just fucking has no idea. I mean, she is kind of just like manic. I think this is the most goofy thing in the game. The video in, video out, just laying here. I mean, I get they're doing it just for this to look like a thing, but like, what the fuck is this broadcast tower, man? But no, I mean, the only chapters that are like, what is the order of the chapters? It goes, the pursuit, the machine, the trials, the curse. Oh no, wait. The pursuit, the machine, the trials, the pinnacle, then the curse. I think chapter 1 and 5 are kind of around the same time. Yeah, I like Echo Secunda just hanging out. Well, they fully explain what the new DLCs are going to be. I didn't think they would, but like, this is literally right there on the page. We can look at it. We can look at them real quick. I was kind of, well, I'm curious how that's gonna go. And I'll get back to your question here in a sec. Because I need to double check them all. Weeb. Yeah, here. So the first one is The Sins of New Wells. You play as Roy Sampson. And it's 4 cases dealing with an organized crime syndicate plaguing the city. Drugs, death, ancient Lemurian magic. So this could be our guy here, possibly, right? You get the Lemurian lady, the guy who repaired the prison fence is here. That's his silhouette, isn't it? Don't know what's up with that. So maybe that's gonna be Echo Secunda, but yeah, they'd say the other ones too. This one is going to Lemuria in the modern day. Lemurian aristocracy, New Age cults and gurus trying to scam Westerners with potentially supernatural powers. I don't know how I feel about that. And then, unlawful use of Lemurian technology, Inquisition squad sent to investigate. But are they truly immune to the idol's influence? Explore a world before modern technology and catch a glimpse at the world during the creation of the artifact itself. So it's like it's either like a tie between like him thinking back on his memories or something, or it's like a split, or it's like just straight up like ancient Xenopolis or whatever. And then Expedition is set after the first game, where they go and find pirate treasure. I mean, all of these have like an interesting like possibilities. Like they could go a bunch of places with them. I gotta say, after the first game's DLC, I don't think I ever was like, I want to like have more background lore on the idol, unless it's like in that time frame. Like maybe if it's like big stuff, like how the idol works, and maybe there's like stuff beyond what you could even imagine that the idol can actually tap into, and it's gonna start getting used. Like maybe, I mean, I wouldn't want the scale to get too big, but like, yeah, I almost felt like it was gonna just be a continuation of what's going on in this, but they're dipping all around. We'll see. I mean, that could be cool. I'm definitely gonna play them, and who knows what kind of surprises they'll have. But like I said, the first game, I think the DLC just kind of explained more. I don't think it was like really like surprising. Like, wow, that was really interesting. Like the vampire thing and like how a lot of it works was like cute, but I was like I wasn't like wow, but it was like still fun. It was still cute to know about. Yeah, the Xenopolis and all that shit. I don't remember how that worked, but we'll see. I don't know. I'm excited for him still. I'm gonna play him. Yeah, so let's check the chapters here. What are my favorite, my least favorite? Best and worst case. What do you guys think? What are your guys's while I sit here and look around? Yeah, I would have thought it would have been funny if she had. Yeah. But she's. Rolling Bird Bath. Yeah, that one's probably story-wise the least interesting. All it does is just show. Well, that entire chapter was out of order too. That confused me for a minute. Because it shows. Like. I was confused. I was like, what the fuck is going on in this? It shows them taking her place, then experimenting in it, and then doing shit with it. And I didn't realize that. I thought they had like two different idols. Yeah, gameplay wise, that one was cool. I liked Garden Retreat pretty well. I don't know if it's my favorite. Just because of the kind of twist. Like maybe you could catch on to it pretty quick, but that it feels like it's a steal thing. But then if you like, you know, after you solve everything, oh, it's like stealing or some shit, right? Whatever. And but then it's like, oh, you look at all the parts and you look around, it's like, no, all the parts are here, so you didn't steal anything. And then, you know, it's like she's talking about like a thief, so it's like, oh, she stole something, you know, somebody stole something from her. But I think if you get in the mindset of like it being stealing, they try to lead you pretty good there. And then you realize, well, this is kind of weird, this is broken, and then why is she so calm about having her stuff stolen? It was her whole life. And then it's like, why is she raking rocks? at this time of night if something got stolen from her and she's getting ready to run, because they set you up there too. It's like they're gonna take all of her shit, so she's putting her stuff in here to run with what she's got, but somebody stole it all. She's too calm. So there's like cute deductions, just purely environmental, and then you see the rock. But it's like if you catch on and see the rock right away maybe, or the shovel, and it's like you assume that's what's going on, it's kind of fucked. But like I feel like if you fall into their like little chain here, it's a pretty cute chapter. Yeah, it's definitely one that could instantly be fucked, but it's probably got the best aha moment if you don't. So I liked that. For game, like for the twist of the story there, it was kind of cool. Worst. I feel like I like the variety a lot of the time of like visuals, and the music and stuff was cool. This one had a cool feel to it. I liked the dark silhouettes at night of like people getting destroyed, and you like that was a clever way for you to have to like figure out who's who. And really great dynamic music here. Like this song has this kind of like kind of, like I said, kind of like a sinister mystery. And then the mystery of who's here because it's nighttime, the power's out, and the death. This feels very first game, where it's like they surprise you with this like sinister death, and you have to tie it all back in, and it's really cool there. So this one was good. I like this one. This one had good music, and I think figuring out what's going on with the idols a cool feel on these. Not the rules itself, I don't care as much about, honestly. More like, what are they gonna do with it? The story feel of it. This chapter's probably not the most interesting. I was kind of confused because I didn't realize these chapters were in like reverse order here. Which I guess for a deduction game is kind of cute to do. But I mean, what's the purpose of this chapter? It's to show Eugene why he like does the thing in the laboratory, because he thinks the machine works a certain way. Because these hippies are protesting because they took her location, Navari's location or whatever. And so it's to introduce the hippie protesters being like, you know, cold, essentially. And then on top of that, to kind of show that his motivation. And that's kind of it, and I feel like you could have gotten that some other way. Otherwise, it's just like this one big chapter that's to show you like the ice block. I mean, I guess it also introduces that they don't quite realize how this thing works, and they're always, because they mention this in a bunch of other chapters, why is it so cold, and then it's cold out here, and then the ice goes, and so I guess it's supposed to be this more like spicy bit where you see like the ice, but at the end of the day they never use the fire ice thing again. It's essentially just like showing you that it's the idol from the first game in some capacity. Yeah, that he was gonna try to, he just had it wrong because he was gullible, but like he was gonna try to do something where he snuck in behind him and shit. I mean, he's still stupid, but like he had like a really like loose, dumb plan. I mean, he still wasn't like, he was stupid, but like he had like scuzzy like plans. I think this was on the same level of his like his business shit. Like he's dumb and gullible, but it's not. I mean, this is not like a high level plan, right? Somebody just tells him the pattern they think does something because Navari has no fucking idea how it works, and he just believes them. So as long as he follows them in, that's it. So it's not really like high level shit, but that he has a little something going on is kind of cute. That's why it would have been funny if he ended up being like a much bigger mastermind, but I mean, he still ends up kind of winning out in the end. I don't mind him as more of like his meme fail upward guy, especially when they're trying to like play with the corporation scuzzo nepotism and shit. This guy's the guy who's looking at the cult people in the cutscene. And what this is his niece. The cultists or whatever. The hippies never really go too many places except the very, very end. I think they set up Navarre enough to like show how manic she is and how much people buy into it, and that she could have anybody with her to like go do bullshit. I don't know who went with her. If it's one of these guys, or like what? Who was with Navarre in her chapter? Really, they like. You can figure that out, right? Tessa? Yeah. He has the genius shit or whatever, the genius pills. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. He felt consistent enough to me. When does he feel like that smart? Oh, or he steals like more? Yeah. We gotta think that's like many, 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 many months. It's like all Jack has to do is say, this one is a day, this one is a month. And then, like, that's it. It's not like Jack explains it all to him in those papers pretty clearly. Like, this one's a month, this one's a day. And, like, that's all he needs to know. I mean, I guess it's still like a plan, but it's not like super clever or anything. Right? I mean, I think it's less that it's like maybe he's not like super clever, but he's sometimes can be kind of maybe smart when it comes to like fucking people over. I don't know, like that's where he puts in any effort. Is like how can he like use people to do something? Yeah, yeah. But I mean he's also shown to be super gullible everywhere, so but yeah, I mean I definitely think his like meme fail upwards thing is more of the focus than like keeping a consistent level of like brain power. But I didn't find him too off. I never was like, wow, what the hell is he going on here or anything. Like he brings Navarre back on, out of some kind of like, feeling of badassery. But like you gotta remember like in his like in his locker, he's like literally just like studying up on trying to figure out how he can fuck people over and shit. And it feels like such a like, I got a self-help book that told me how to be a millionaire kind of thing. Like maybe he just had his one moment or something where he kind of like makes a play with like very minimal information given to him, like the month thing. I mean, it would have backfired if you think about it. I don't know how Tim also like didn't fucking freak out. He lost a whole month of his fucking life, man. Or whatever the fuck, right? Or was that a few days? I don't remember. He only like that he would have gotten fired, right? Because they wouldn't have realized anything. The only reason it worked out was because they all got it broadcasted to them. It was another like bad plan where it like worked out because of an accident, just like when he got lit on fire. Like if he just took his like two bosses, like his boss's like memories and got nothing for it, and his boss was just walking around with like out like a month's memories or some shit, like how would that have worked out? I mean, I guess maybe the CEO still would have been like, okay, man, that's pretty awesome because you took his memories or whatever and gave them to yourself, but maybe. I guess maybe it would have still worked out. But I feel like it probably would have not been as good of a plan if the accident didn't happen. I don't know. I see what you're saying. I don't think he's like that inconsistent though. He's definitely more of a meme than anything, but I mean it was kind of in a way kind of like a certain kind of poeticness to it because of Mr. Intelligent, like, you know, Jack ends up just fucking getting fucked over by all of these like fucking idiots, essentially, even though he's trying to use some of them. Like I said, I think the dumbest thing technically in the game is that this broadcast tower out here, like, this is like the most contrived thing in the game, just to kind of like push this point through, right? That, you know, like the smart guy is kind of undone by this dude, and, you know, kind of end on this kind of like unfair whatever the fuck. Is that this tower is just here with these wires, and it's just he just climbs it. I guess, like, fuck it, man. I mean, I guess he does fall. He has like casts and shit at the end. I mean, I get that they're doing this for a reason, to just like, you know, make it more understandable and shit. But this is probably the most like goofy like way that this guy like still does something. That he even knows he could just climb it and do anything is like surprising, right? I mean, I guess he would just assume something could happen up there, and there's just these cartoony plugs that he can unplug. It's just like, by the grace of God. I thought him Jack would have won, which is pretty bad, yeah. Which, I mean, him making fun of him the whole game, him talking about the intelligence of people and then being outsmarted. Not even outsmarted. Nobody even knows that Jack did this. It just happened. I mean, there's like a certain, I think, like kind of, you know, it's not like it's the first story that's done that or anything, but it's a kind of certain, you know, it's kind of fun or poetic in a way, but yeah, I mean, maybe there's a bit of goofiness, but I feel like the things over the top sometimes, that little contrivances like that are fine. I mean, it generally has to have enough logic to make sense in the first place, otherwise the gameplay and the story doesn't really work. But I don't think it's like bad about it. It's not like contrived like East 10 was with like, oh man, I could suppress your powers all of a sudden for like 20 hours. You know, it's like, okay, you know, like that's like, this just felt like it was kind of having fun with it. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like, yeah, Jack had a better plan. He had more going on, but I mean, that's kind of a real thing anyways. You can't plan for everything. Sometimes shit just happens. No matter how smart you are, you can't have like everything. So this is just one of those situations where it's like the Razor's Edge kind of just magically saved everyone, and people don't even realize how close it was. I mean, his shit was goofy. I'm just gonna turn, but I mean that it had a level of planning to it, right? Was like, you know, compared to like Eugene, who had like no plan. Like clearly Eugene's way dumber, so Jack should always win. But it's like it's not always how it works out. I mean, maybe Jack just didn't expect, like, you know, the money guy and Marie to do something, but yeah, his plan was so stupid. Like, yeah, I think it's because he thought he could like manipulate hobos somehow. I mean, to be fair, one hobo was extremely useful to him, but he was like an ex-military guy. Yeah, shining beacons of virtue. It's like, yeah, some people are down on their luck, but I mean, a lot of hobos also are just like, I mean, might fit the bill of what you'd expect, right? Maybe he was more looking. Well, he was trying to instill values for a bit, wasn't he? I don't remember how he was gonna do it. He put it? He put somebody's mind inside of like the first guy. Like I thought he was like gonna give him memories or something, like knowledge or some shit. Maybe he didn't. I mean, obviously the Luke guy ended up being really useful to him. This is a different guy. This is this was the extremely, like... Wasn't this the guy who was, like, super... skeptical of everything, right? Who was Harry in the story in the chapter 1 or whatever? Like Gabriel Gerard being... was that Harry? Yeah, that was Harry. Okay, yeah, and Harry wasn't as cool as he thought. And then this guy, I guess he put someone in there too? I mean, this is him not even doing something bad. He's just not very effective. The suspicious guy was Dirty William. This guy. Harry Stone was the guy who was here after Marvin died of like lung death or something. He got put inside this guy here at the end, right? The yacht owner. And then he didn't do anything. So I guess just later on the textile guy got taken by the other dude. Was that in this first chapter at all? Because his body would have to be found too. Maybe it's just implied it happened so you could get a little bit more of like a he's disillusioned with everything kind of feel, right? Was the intent? Because this is Luke. They just dump his body here. Oh no, wait, he's probably in here, huh? Who is who on this? Isaac Nowak. This is the guy that dies from Secunda, right? Or is it? I just assume he is. It was Echo 7-1. D. Maybe we can see up there. Oh, this is Dirty William right here. Possum 13. Case name Possum 13 deceased homeless individual alias Dirty William. On a container at the old docks. So he just got swapped into who the hell's Benny Chris? Well, I guess he persuaded him and then swapped him into another CEO. Did they ever mention this textile CEO? I don't think so. Right? That he gets swapped into. So this is gonna be the guy you play in the next one, or like you witness in the next DLC? I feel like he's probably gonna tie into Secunda, probably is what it is. But yeah, I guess he's just kind of like Jack just kills more people on the side or uses them. I find it unlikely that OPIG would just like scrap the whole thing. I thought that was weird. I mean, I guess they think they can't remake those pieces or whatever. I mean, I guess they're not the smartest cookies, but... I still think the cheapest things in this is like plain text on random documents and then these cutscenes being kind of like whatever. I think these are like better than the first games. Those looked really cheap in between, like really good presentation to the point where I was like, why even have them? But definitely like the part of the presentation. Do they show the proper end here? Or is that in the credits? Yeah. There's the part where they show like the BIG thing from the beginning of the game, dumping the being filled in here or whatever. I'm guessing they just put it in here straight up. It's the same one. The excavator or some shit. Oh no, it wasn't the same one, my bad. I guess they just figure because it's broken, that's it. I don't imagine a corporation like that would like stop at anything, man. But I gotta update Stalker too. Looks like it's out. See if I can get that update happening. Very large. We'll jump into that maybe. I don't know. Yeah, overall I liked it a lot. I thought it was great. It's not the evolution maybe you would hope, where it's like with gameplay where there's just these, you know, it's always super clever, always pulling in like, you know, these really interesting ways to deduce with like maybe more budget. It's still very much fill in the words, which is fun. I think sometimes it's a little too much. It's not always full of like super clever twists or surprises. Sometimes it's just running through the deduction train, but I still think there's enough variety to the setting. I still think the formula is just fun anyways, and it doesn't over focus on re-explaining more origin story stuff so far that it feels kind of dull. So I don't think it gets any of that. I think the new story is pretty clean. It's a lot longer, and like I said, the gameplay takes a lot longer too, so maybe at times it feels a little drawn out. Less surprises, but there's a lot of build-up and tension as to what could happen. But I think they do a good job there, and the characters make sense. There's enough clever hinting and stuff that helps explain the whole story that you have to pay attention to. They don't spell everything out. So. Music was excellent. I think it does probably more for setting the mood than most of the rest of the stuff. Yeah, there's definitely some. Oh yeah, I didn't go over all the chapters still. I would say my least favorite maybe was this one, or pretty damn close to it. I think this is it's cute that they're mixing up the setting. I like that. But at the end of the day, this was just like raw filling in information. Like you literally just click a bunch see exactly what it says, just fill it in. There's no deductions, it's just like fill in the blanks, really. That he like got his memories removed is like how they explain him like not understanding what's going on. Sure, I mean he could have been dumb too. That's not like as interesting. As like the guy who like magically could do the dance and they reveal it, right? So I like the idea of these in the way that like they provide variety, but because the gameplay is not quite there in these variety chapters, I do think chapter 4 is, you know, a little more drawn out. Like this one's filling out a lot of fucking names and shit, right? Which is fine. But like the events that happen, there's a couple cute things like, oh, the puppet, the 2, and then there's like 2 on this, and then you get to see like some of the soda and all that stuff. So it's like, it's cute. When you're doing it, you don't really care as much until they pull it together, which I think helped a lot in this next one. This one actually tries to do something a little different, which is cool. I think if they did like a full third game, I would definitely want to see them like mix up how the deductions work a little bit. But this chapter was, this one had a twist a little bit. You needed to understand and start to understand that the memory thing was happening for real. This guy looking like the murderer I thought was cute. It was a nice little aha moment. You can still solve it without that. But this one had like probably the most effect, I feel like, of the memory swaps and stuff. And I feel like they were trying to build that over this whole case, but it's probably a little drawn out. For stuff like Feathered Frenzy not being like the most interesting playthrough. He steals the Chinese food. Oh, see, I didn't even notice that. Yeah. Yeah, because of the noodle house. I didn't even notice. Yeah, that's a good one. And that she's here. And it's like, there's little hidden stuff about characters. Like, she has the pepper spray because she doesn't actually like him and she's kind of weirded out by him. Because she had a letter on her desk that talks about him, you know, telling him to fuck off. But maybe another night, so she just deals with it. Oh, really? That's how you solved the murder? The only reason I solved it was because this thing tells you that the one who threatened Sammy or whatever, the landlord, was Kenneth. And I thought I was just reading it wrong or it was like a memory swap, but I was like, well, if it's really not this guy, then I'm like, it would have to be Kenneth. So I do Kenneth and I'm like, you know, that's it. But yeah, that's what I mean, is I think the game has enough clues that like when you talk about it with someone or look back over them, there's a lot of different ways to get to the same conclusion. And I think the game's really clever in that aspect, for sure. There is a lot of different deductions. Sometimes it can make it so that it's too easy. Sometimes it can make it, yeah, some chopsticks. Yeah, I mean that would help too. But I mean sometimes there's stuff that just feels like pointless, right? Like there's the clipboard and the part where he's drawing the elephant, where they just let you examine the clipboard, and it's like it's not really that meaningful, but like it's just supposed to show that like that's where he got the paper, I guess. You know. So I mean sometimes there's precedent for stuff not being that useful. There's like a bunch of signs in that had the Harmony Foundation that show her like her creed. They're not useful, but it's like story building, world building. Well, I think depending on which way you think about things and precedent, you could go down different paths, but they allow that, right? Well, that's cool. I like the world building, like he's a security guard who tries to act hard, right? But he's not even like a good guy. She has pepper spray because this dude freaks her out and she doesn't have the balls to like tell him to fuck off. You know, stuff like that. I think they do a good job of like world building and character building with like context clues and visual stuff. And that's more than a lot of games do by quite a bit. And so there's like little deductions I feel like in story flavor and characters you can make, and that doesn't even have anything to do with the actual case sometimes. So that's fun. It gives a lot of charm and shit. Um, so I think they're good about that kind of stuff. Like I said, there's little extra layers and like extra clues to stuff when you go back over some of these too. So I think it's intelligent in that way for sure. So when I talk about it needing to be like, maybe it'd be a little more clever at times. Maybe sometimes where there's just like a difficulty or like maybe a railroading to kind of lead you to like a surprise. Would be kind of cute. Or maybe a way like a mix up on gameplay. Like I feel like the dance was a good one. You know, more stuff that not just budget, but like plays with the spirit of deduction, but isn't always, you know, filling in, you know, 5 pages of events in sentences. Yes, this is the best way to make sure you know exactly what's going on, and it is rewarding and it's still fun, but you know, there's probably, you know, a few ways to like mix it up. Some of these chapters don't even use names. You don't really like even need to know, but they still kind of like incidentally use names. This one's just raw events. Just explaining shit, but it's got a cool setup and music. I don't know. Like I said, I don't think this series is like, you know, it doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. I think there's maybe a little evolution would be cool to see, but I don't think this series is like drawn it out or anything. So I don't think it's a big deal, but you know, if you're looking to see like a step up from the last one and mechanics or something, really there. I guess mechanically, technically, the windows and all that, moving them around. I mean, it's cute to like be dragging stuff around, trying to figure shit out. In a way, I feel like it was more of a pain than the original. Um, I don't. I guess I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Um, I don't know. I don't really know how I feel on it. I mean, like, I feel like at times it'd be cool if I could pin certain things to the screen. There's times I feel like some things were too big and I was like having to drag them around and do shit. But overall, it's like, I don't know. I didn't really have like a big issue with the UI stuff, but there's times where it's like maybe there's a little too much having to doing stuff around. That just might be how it works with this kind of thing. So here's the original game. How did that play out? Yeah, they changed the more pixely style of the visuals and stuff too. Which it's a different setting, so I don't mind. This definitely had like a grit to it in the old, you know, the olden days here that was cool. So I feel like mixing up the style was fine. It's still the same like really ugly, like freaky people and shit. But in this one it's like what? Instead of it being on the screen, you like whip it out and then like start filling shit with words down here. They could be double used. So you'd put one on here, then you'd have to use it again. Yeah, and the way this one definitely has like a lower production value, you could say, but it also feels kind of like it's got a style to it too. That the second one does as well, just a different style. Yeah, this one was cool, wasn't it? I think the music is like super, like even way more dynamic than it was before. Which is cool. Yeah, and the new one. And they would use some of the same music over and over. But yeah, we're starting to realize like weird shit's going on. And like the locations and stuff. There's kind of, I feel like, a slower, kind of neat little build up to stuff. This one. Cool. So this is like more pixel style, kind of neat. Then you get into the government ship. I don't know. They both have their own style. That's pretty cool. I enjoy them both pretty well, I'd say. I think it mixes things up more than enough, and still provides this like a just as good a level of quality that I would still say it's great. I mean, I don't see why you wouldn't like it if like the first one. But it's probably a little longer. With all the DLC, I have like 16 hours in Golden Idol 1, and Golden Idol 2, I've got about 17, 18. And I probably sat there and talked in a lot of them. So, yeah, definitely a bit more wind in it. But yeah, I was worried that it would be like kind of just like them just rushing out more shit, and it'd be kind of like uninteresting, kind of like over explanation of more lore and stuff. But I think they provided a cool enough new story. I think if they did a third one, honestly, just like a full new thing would be cool too. We'll see after the DLC how much more life the actual Golden Idol part is. Would be cool to see them kind of reset lore and all that, and kind of take the deduction thing, and even if it's their same formula, and kind of throw a new something on it. But I think they did a good job. I guess that's my final take on it. Anybody else wants to talk about more of it, by all means. But yeah, I thought it was good. Sounds like Stalker 2's fuck. I'm not too surprised though. So yeah, we'll be doing Stalker 2 here. I'm gonna get some food, swap my setup, and then we'll start Stalker. And then cool, Rise of Gold Idol. Great stuff. Like I said, there's a novelty that's not there anymore, I guess, because of the first one, but it's hard to really levy that against this when it's still pretty clever. And at times only barely kind of like stumbles with pacing and shit. And maybe like not being terribly imaginative with like evolving the mechanics. But I mean, it's also like, it was also a really fresh idea in the first place. I was like, it's like, I mean, I don't really have like a big problem with that. So cool stuff. Glad we played it. So, hey guys, I will catch you probably half an hour or something like that. Thanks for watching.